come to the general debate on rural affairs. I call the Minister to move.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion. First of all, I'm delighted this House has this opportunity to discuss the impact of the budget on rural communities, and I want to begin by addressing what this budget means in the round for farming. We can all agree food security is national security. That's why we've secured the biggest budget in our country's history for sustainable food production and nature's recovery. It commits £5 billion to the agricultural budget over the next 2 years. We are continuing all the environmental land management schemes, investing £1.8 billion into them from 2025 to 2026, which gives farmers the stability they need and lays the foundations for sustainable food production that will protect farmers and the environment for years to come.
What estimate has he made of the impact on capital investment, which will be reduced as farmers consider the IHT implications that those investments will have and adjust their plans accordingly?
It's been signed off by the OBR, and the full impact will be available when the legislation is published in the financial bill in 2026 when it comes into force. Yes.
I'm very grateful. But does he understand that a farmer coming towards the end of his career is hardly likely to be investing in either improving his land or in the hundreds of thousands of pounds that a piece of agricultural plant costs these days, knowing that there effectively is going to be a surcharge when, sadly, he deceases?
Well, of course, the vast majority of farmers will be unaffected by those changes, so that point won't apply. We are also rapidly releasing £60 million to support farmers whose farms have been devastated by severe flooding. That is £10 million more than the previous government were offering, and unlike their fantasy figures, we've shown where the money will be coming from to pay out. But flooding, of course, flooding is just one of the many challenges farmers have faced over the past year, if the honourable gentleman wants to allude to another of them.
Very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. He's painted the most rosy picture. Why is it that he thinks that nobody in the farming community can either see it or shares it?
Yeah, quite. I haven't had time to paint much of a rosy picture yet because I've only just started. I'm taking quite a lot of interventions, but I hope I can allay the concerns that some farmers have expressed by the comments that I'm hoping to make during my speech at the beginning of this debate. As I was saying, I'll take one more and then I'll make a bit of progress.
To the honourable gentleman, the honourable gentleman has referred to the amount of money being made for flooding. The devastation caused by flooding pales into insignificance compared with the damage that's going to be done by inheritance tax. I have one farmer in my constituency who's literally this weekend cancelled the building of a new barn because of it, and my park home owners are in despair as a result of what this budget is doing to them. Doesn't he understand that? No?
I thank him, of course, for his intervention, but the vast majority of farmers will not be affected by changes to inheritance tax, and I would implore him not to underplay the damage caused by flooding. Many farms were absolutely devastated last year, and it will be immensely welcome that we've released £60 million now to help farmers deal with that problem, as well as setting up a flood resilience task force to ensure far better coordination between the centre and the agencies on the ground to protect farmers from the devastation of flooding in years to come. I said that would be my last, but since it is the honourable gentleman, I'm happy to give way.
Secretary of State, I have to say, honestly, from my constituents back home, I've been inundated with farmers. I'm a member of the Ulster Farmers Union. I understand the issues very clearly from an Ulster Farmers Union point of view, and the NFU here in the mainland has the same point of view. All my neighbours, every one of my neighbours will be impacted. It's across Northern Ireland. The Ulster Farmers Union estimate that almost every farmer in Northern Ireland will be impacted by the inheritance tax. Can I ask the Secretary of State, please, would he be prepared to meet the Ulster Farmers Union and the representatives to discuss this matter and understand very much better, if I can say that respectively, the issue of inheritance tax and what it means to family farms in Northern Ireland? It will destroy them.
I do think it's very important that all of us are listening to farmers and farmers' representatives, and either I or one of my ministerial colleagues will make sure that we will, of course, meet the representatives he's speaking about. But I hope I can allay some of the concerns if I'm able to continue now with my speech, where I'll be directly addressing the issues that he's referring to. As I was saying, flooding is just one of the many challenges farmers have faced over the past year. I've met farmers in recent weeks who have been hit by blue tongue in their herds, and I'm sorry to say we have the first recorded case of avian influenza this autumn. Biosecurity threats are very real, and their impacts even more so. That is why we are investing over £200 million to protect the nation from potential disease outbreaks, including fixing the defences at our world-leading Weybridge facility that the Conservatives left to fall into disrepair. Now,
will you give way on the issue of wetlands and
yes,
of course. May I thank the Secretary of State and also commend his wider approach. In my constituency, there's a very serious issue with precious floodplains being speculatively bought by developers, which is causing a huge amount of concern to local residents. It's also a real issue in terms of potential threat to wildlife habitat and also the impact on flooding. Would he consider meeting me and local residents to discuss this important matter?
The Honourable Gentleman is a great champion for his community, and of course I'll be more than happy to meet with him and people from his community to discuss those very important issues. Now, the measures in the budget will enable us to build a stronger, more sustainable future for British agriculture and put in place our New Deal for farmers. That includes making the supply chain fairer, so producers are no longer forced to sell their food below the price of production, speeding up planning decisions to help farmers diversify into new forms of income, seeking a new veterinary agreement, she'll forgive me if I want to make a little progress, seeking a new veterinary agreement with the EU to tear down the export barriers the previous government erected in the first place, backing British produce by using the government's own purchasing power to buy British, and protecting our farmers from ever again being undercut by low welfare and low standards in trade deals like the disastrous one the previous government signed with Australia and New Zealand. Now, the House is aware that this government inherited a catastrophic £22 billion black hole in the nation's finances, meaning we've had to take tough decisions on tax, welfare and spending to protect the payslips of working people. This has required reforms to agricultural property relief. Now, I recognise many farmers are feeling anxious about these changes. I would urge them not to believe every alarming claim or headline, and I reassure them that this government is listening to them. We are committed to ensuring the future of family farms. The vast majority of farmers will not be affected at all by the changes. Look at the detail. Currently, 73%, it's important I make these points if the Honourable Gentleman would just give me a little time. Currently, 73% of agricultural property relief claims are less than £1 million. An individual farm owner can pass on up to £1.5 million, and a couple can pass on up to £3 million between them to a direct descendant free of inheritance tax. So if a couple who own a farm want to pass it on to a younger relative and one partner predeceases the other, each of them has a £1 million APR threshold they can pass on. Add those together, and that's £2 million plus the £1 million a couple with a property can pass on to their children. For most people, that is an effective threshold of up to £3 million to pass on without incurring inheritance tax. And any liability beyond that will be charged at only half the standard inheritance tax rate, and payment can be phased over 10 years to make it more affordable. Farmers will be able to pass down their family farm to future generations just as they always have done. I will give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was just wondering if the Secretary of State could confirm where he was getting those figures from.
Those figures are from the Treasury and from HMRC.
Correct figures rather than yours.
Now, Under the previous system, 40% of the value of APR went to just 7% of claimants. That's not fair, and it's not sustainable. Our reforms will put a stop to wealthy individuals buying up agricultural land to avoid inheritance tax, and in the process of doing that, pricing younger farmers out of buying land for themselves and for their families. A Farmers Weekly correspondent pointed out that, and I quote, "prices have been artificially inflated by non-agricultural buyers purchasing land for inheritance tax purposes, making it hard for young farmers to set up as a family farm." That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is correct. These reforms will protect family farms by closing those loopholes, but they will also help provide funding for the public services families in rural and farming communities rely on just as much as anyone else. When members on the opposite benches say they would go back to the unfair old system, they also need to tell us which part of the new NHS investment they would cut to pay for it. Now, like everyone else, farmers and rural communities need a better NHS. Affordable housing, good local schools, reliable public transport. The previous government's economic failure left Britain with a flatlining economy, broken public services, and the worst decade for wage growth since the Great Depression of the 1930s. Poor public transport meant people couldn't get to work, to the GP or to the hospital when they needed them. Home ownership was out of reach for too many in rural areas. Too few new homes were built, and even fewer that were genuinely affordable. Digital connectivity lags behind urban areas. We have to kickstart the economy to build the public services rural communities need. To help with this, we've secured the biggest budget for sustainable farming and nature in our country's history. It will help change farming practices so we can clean up our rivers, lakes and seas from the filthy, polluted state the previous government left them in. Argument.
Madam Speaker, for the Secretary of State giving way. He mentions the new setup now for the funding for agriculture and fisheries across the UK. He'll be aware, perhaps, of some concerns raised by the Farmers Union of Wales that by processing the extra funding through the Barnett formula, as opposed to the previous situation where it was a ring-fenced addition to the devolved government, that might actually come about with a severe reduction to agricultural funding in Wales. Could the Secretary of State please give me some assurance that that is not the case?
As I said, the consequentials will work in the way that they would always work. Devolved administrations have some discretion over how they will spend the money that is made available to them. But of course, I and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, are more than happy to engage with DARA and other parts of Northern Ireland to discuss those points. Now, I was saying the huge investment we've secured in the sustainable farming budget will also help us move to a zero-waste economy as we end the throwaway society and reuse materials rather than send them to landfill. The honourable gentleman has already had a chance to ask a question. It will help us to boost food production as we move to models of farming that are not only more environmentally sustainable, but more financially sustainable as well. And it will help nature recover here in what's become one of the most nature-depleted countries on Earth, with nearly half of our bird species and a quarter of our mammal species now at risk of extinction. Our plans to upgrade our crumbling water infrastructure will help bring in tens of billions of pounds of private investment and create tens of thousands of well-paid jobs in rural communities up and down this country. We will reform the planning system to build the affordable homes our rural communities desperately need, while also protecting our green spaces and precious natural environment. And we are investing £2.4 billion over the next 2 years in flood defences that the previous government left in such an unacceptable state of decay and disrepair.
I'm grateful to him for giving way, particularly on the issue of flooding. anyone would welcome more money. It's desperately needed. But would he comment also on the flooding formula? Because many inland communities flood too. The Environment Agency continues to say there's nothing they can do. The flooding formula says that it's not worth doing. But frequent flooding of smaller communities matters too. Is his department looking at this?
We are looking at that, and we'll be able to make proposals on that in due course. And I know she'll be very interested in taking part in a conversation about that when we bring that forward. But I'm talking about the changes we're making more widely, of course, for rural communities. And we will open new specialist colleges and reform the apprenticeships levy to help agricultural businesses and farms upskill their workforce and recruit 8,500 more mental health professionals across the NHS, with a mental health hub in every community to tackle the scourge of mental ill health in our farming and our rural communities.
Honourable Gentleman, I welcome what he's saying about mental health, but could I just take him back to what he said about the Environment Agency and the concern that exists around the arbitration of who has authority between Natural England and the Environment Agency. South of Salisbury, in the Avon Valley, there is a massive issue. The Environment Agency have done a great deal of work, but there's always a concern that Natural England will come in and sort of overrule them. And the arbitration of who is sovereign in these circumstances across the country is a massive issue that I would be grateful if he'd turn his attention to.
Well, I'm grateful to him for raising that point, and I have indeed appointed Dan Corrie to lead a review of regulation across DEFRA, precisely so we can iron out some of the anomalies, such as the one that he raises there. Now, I'm keen too that we will be cracking down on antisocial behaviour, fly tipping and GPS theft through the first ever cross-government rural crime strategy, and we will improve public transport by allowing authorities to take back control of their buses to meet the needs of their communities.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. He mentioned rural crime just before buses. I don't underestimate the scale of the challenge, but in the last Parliament, my private member's bill, with Labour support, got royal assent. It just needs an SI moved to bring the definition of forensic marking in, which the police say will be a big, big power for them in combating rural crime. Will he talk to the Home Secretary to ensure that my Private Members Act actually starts to help him deliver his rural crime strategy?
I convey the honourable gentleman's views to my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary. Now, in conclusion, rural communities are at the heart of this government's #1 mission to grow the economy. Everyone, she'll forgive me, I just want to conclude the speech because I've taken an awful lot of time that members will want to work. Everyone, regardless of where they grow up, should have the same opportunities to succeed in life. We've had to take tough decisions to fix the broken foundations of our economy, but these are part of a budget that will restore economic stability and begin a decade of national renewal for everyone, everywhere. I welcome this opportunity to set out the facts and figures and show why this budget offers a better future for our rural and farming communities as we fix the foundations and rebuild Britain. Thank you.
The question is that this House has considered rural affairs. I call the Shadow Minister Victoria Atkins.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I start by thanking the Right Honourable Gentleman for holding this important debate and also for welcoming me to my new role. My constituency feeds the country from the arable fields outside my front door to the cattle and horticulture that stretch from the fens and the wolds and the marshes to the coast. I am delighted and determined to bring some of my county's common sense and love of the countryside to this important portfolio. And on Armistice Day, I would like to pay tribute to the fallen, and particularly to the farmers who stayed behind in wars gone by to feed the nation. Now, this is a critical time for our rural way of life. After years of unforgiving weather, rising commodity prices and more crop and livestock diseases, our farmers now face a new threat: a city-dwelling socialist government which doesn't understand or care for the rural way of life. The evidence is there in Labour's first budget, for which they have had 14 years to prepare. And the backbencher waving his arms around may want to listen to this. In this budget of broken promises, the Chancellor laid careful plans to break the farming sector, the wider rural economy and our food security. Farmers look after 70% of the UK's land. They are the keystone of our rural communities. When they struggle, then our rural economy is weakened and our food security is put at risk. Today, as the consequences of this budget are becoming clearer, I will focus solely on the rural economy. But I make this promise to the Right Honourable Gentleman. In the future, I will be pressing him and his government on rural infrastructure, on flooding, on crime, on healthcare, broadband and mobile signals, the solar and wind industries and other matters that affect our countryside. Because the impact of this budget and the choices Labour have made will be felt for years after the Right Honourable Gentleman's expensive wellies have worn out. Now, I'm going to focus on 3 broken promises by Labour. I'm going to make it simple for them. The first broken promise for farming families is the removal of the tax relief that has meant families can pass on their farms to the next generation, agricultural property relief and business property relief. These aren't loopholes, as described by the city-dwelling Chancellor, but careful tax policy planning developed over many years to prevent family farms and businesses from being split up and sold off. Of course, we support efforts to root out abuse of the tax system. But the way in which the Chancellor has designed this policy means that it is tenant farmers and farmers in the middle who will struggle, not the very wealthiest. This morning, I asked farmers on social media to send me details of how this policy will affect them and their businesses. It has made for anguished reading. Farmers are furious, anxious, even distressed about these changes. They feel that the government is coming after them and their families' livelihoods when all they and their ancestors have done is work hard, followed the rules and fed us. I have been inundated with messages about tenant farmers who the government seems to have forgotten. I'm going to finish this point and then I'll give way. A Welsh landowner has contacted me to say that this change in policy will mean that he must tell 6 multi-generational farming families on his land that he will have to sell their farms to pay Labour's family farm tax. As he put it, they will lose their homes, businesses and their children's futures. Can the Minister please explain, when winding up this debate, what those 6 tenant families are to do when their farms are sold? An example of how this affects landowning families is a family who has worked their 500-acre farm for 4 generations. It is currently owned by the mother, who is in her 70s, and her 2 sons, who are in their late 40s and early 50s, their father having died a few years ago. They make an annual income of around £45,000. When the mother dies, the sons will face an inheritance tax bill of at least £870,000. There is no way in which they can pay that bill without selling their farm. Could the Minister advise in his wind-up how that family is to pay Labour's tax bill without selling their farm? I give way.
I'm most grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. She's obviously had lots of letters and emails. Has she had a single one from any farmer who thinks this is a good idea? Because I've not, from my constituency of Boston and Skegness.
You couldn't make it up, could you? And this is what is so worrying. This is why, at the beginning, when I talked about a Labour government who doesn't understand and doesn't care, it was exactly this attitude that farmers and their families are seeing from this front bench. In answer to the Honourable Gentleman, The point I make, and I say this as a former Treasury Minister, if there is evidence of abuse, then of course the Treasury and the Chancellor must go after that. But the way they have designed this policy, it is going to go after the hard-working families that look after our farms in our great county. I give way.
I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable friend, and as a former colleague in the Treasury, officials often put forward this reform in the run-up to fiscal events, and she, like me, resisted them. But would she just reflect on the fact that actually there'll be significant landowners who will have significant, sophisticated tax planning regimes in place? There'll be a large number of very small hobby farmers who will be excluded. And those that will be hit will be modest family farms. Even when they need to raise a relatively modest amount over 10 years, the impact in terms of securing that funding year on year for 10 years is beyond them, given the margins that they get in farming. And would she reflect on the fact that this is, without doubt, a Treasury hit and run? The right honourable gentleman has flattered himself to think he's secured the overall budget, but he's actually left the farmers in a far worse state.
And I know that the voice is opposite when he's making an important point, setting out the experiences he and I have had as Treasury Ministers. The backbenchers opposite on the Labour backbenchers are shouting give way because they don't like hearing the truth. They made this choice. We chose not to go down this route. There are many ways, as I say, in which we can support our family farms, many of whom I've had the pleasure of having a cup of tea around their kitchen table when they've been showing their farms to me. These are experiences that are missing and lacking from the Labour front bench, situated as they all are in the city. I'm going to make some... I promise I'll give way in a moment. The sense of betrayal, as has been already laid out by the last two interventions, the sense of betrayal is palpable. As a fifth-generation farmer put it to me this morning, would you want to work somewhere that you knew over your lifetime was going to be taken away bit by bit? Another has urged us to, and I quote, fight this vindictive, illogical and ideologically driven tax. And I have just before I got up onto my feet received this message from another farmer. So long as Mum dies before March 2026, we're okay, in response to the Right Honourable Gentleman's speech. Yet the Farming Minister and the Secretary of State seem to think that these worries are exaggerated. Indeed, the Farming Minister got a ripe old reaction when he said that, or words to that effect today at the Poultry Conference. And when we warned in June that a Labour government would do this, the Right Honourable Gentleman said such warnings were, and I quote, desperate nonsense, and accused us of lying. This followed assurances he gave in December that Labour would not change this policy. So that is a broken promise. He is doing exactly the opposite of what he said. How can rural communities trust him in the future? The Secretary of State, though, has given some helpful advice to farmers. He has told them that they will have to, and I quote, learn to do more with less. Labour hasn't said the same to train drivers or resident doctors or their other union friends. Indeed, pensioners and family businesses will be the ones paying for these public sector pay rises. And worryingly, I will give way, and then I'll give, if I may, I'll give way to the Honourable Lady and to my friend.
Of doing more with less. Will she join me in questioning the Minister, because he wouldn't answer me, and if the confirmation that agricultural funding for Wales is to be Barnetised, that means that the allocation will drop from 9.4% to 5.6%, a drop, according to the FUW, of £146 million and more. This will also affect Scotland and Northern Ireland, and I think we should have clarity on this issue for Welsh farmers.
Completely agree with the Honourable Lady, and if the Right Honourable Gentleman would like to intervene on me, he can answer her intervention for me. Answer came there none. I give way.
Grateful to my right honourable friend. She's a very clever former Treasury Minister, and I'm not. So maybe she can help. Maybe she can help me reconcile these two statements. The Secretary of State, in his opening remarks, was telling us that, in essence, in true Harold Macmillan phraseology, farmers have never had it so good. His advice then to them was that they would have to learn how to do more with less. I can't make those two things add up, can she?
No. And what is more, the NFU, the Tenant Farmers Association and the CLA can't make them add up either. I will give way once more, then I must make some progress. I don't know who came first.
Just one final point, because during the Secretary of State speech, he talked about the fact that the prices of agricultural land was artificially high due to tax avoiders trying to avoid paying inheritance tax, and that the implication of that would be that the price of agricultural land will fall. And that may sound very attractive to people trying to come into the market, but has my right honourable friend given consideration to the number of farmers that have mortgages against this land and that could therefore find themselves in negative equity as a result of pushing down the value of prices?
Very much so. May I thank my honourable friend and indeed my honourable friend previously for their very accurate and insightful interventions. Not only, of course, do some farmers have mortgages, but indeed we know that the worry, particularly of tenant farmers, is that their farms will be sold off so that the landowners can enter into what some call a greenwashing agreement with corporates in order to plant trees and to try to make to access green funds that way. And so one should not make the mistake of assuming that this ill-thought-through policy will lead to cheaper land prices, because that really, the maths on that are almost as bad as the Chancellor's cockeyed accounting with her economic inheritance. But let me tackle the ideology of this policy, because the ideology of this policy is matched by Labour's incompetence, and indeed, sadly, the Secretary of State has reiterated it in this debate. Firstly, the Chancellor herself does not seem to know the threshold at which her policy kicks in and whether spouses can transfer their allowances. Indeed, the Secretary of State doesn't seem to know this either. She has said that they can be transferred, yet Treasury documents supporting her budget say that they can't. Could the Minister please clarify in his wind-up whether the Treasury's documents are wrong or the Chancellor's wrong? Secondly, could the Minister explain why his government has targeted only British-owned farms and businesses for this tax hike? Because companies operating here but owned overseas won't have to pay Labour's tax. Private equity-owned businesses won't have to pay Labour's tax, and public companies listed on stock markets won't have to pay Labour's tax. It's just British families. Thirdly, the Chancellor, and indeed just now the Secretary of State's reassurances that only a quarter of farms will be affected are not backed up by the data from his own department. DEFRA figures show, in fact, these changes will affect 2/3 of farms, 66%. Can the Minister explain this discrepancy and what he has done personally to confirm these figures so that he makes sure he gives only accurate information to the House? I will give way.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way, because the other point that we need to consider here is what the impact will have on food security if farmers decide to hand back their farms or have their farms broken up, as she's suggesting. Does she have any thoughts or seen any evidence about what this could be done on food security? Because I haven't seen any, and that's a concern in itself.
It most certainly is. I'm going to deal, and I thank my honourable friend who, again, represents a very, very rural constituency and knows only too well the concerns that his constituents are facing. It's a very good point. I'm going to develop it later in my speech, but I have done, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, I must give way to my right honourable friend behind me, and then I'm going to make some progress.
Well, my right honourable friend is very kind, and she's making a masterly exposition of how to construct this case. Did she notice exactly a week ago when we had an urgent question on this subject, the Food Minister was asked how food security could be valued if the result of the budget measures would be that farmland would be split up and sold off, probably for development. And his answer said in part, of course there are trade-offs. There are a range of pressures on our land in respect of housing, food, energy, and so many other things. So he seemed to be accepting that land will be sold off and it will be built upon.
Very much so, and of course their permissions for solar and wind industrial units on prime agricultural land will only add to these pressures as well. I'm going to make some progress. The immediate impact of these changes is, as my right honourable friend intervened on, the Secretary of State, that farmers are already stopping capital investments in machinery, systems and buildings now for fear that any improvements to their farms will send them over the cliff edge into this tax trap. So for a government that claims to want to grow the economy, their choices are achieving the exact opposite. This family farm tax is a broken promise that will break family farms. I move now to the second broken promise, the accelerated reduction in de-linked payments. These vital payments are going to be substantially less than farms were promised next year. They cannot have foreseen this when they were making their business plans for their farms. A tenant farmer has told me he doesn't know how he is going to pay his rent next year because the drop is worth more than £20,000. Can the Minister explain how this farmer should do more with less? And the third broken promise, the hike in national insurance for employers, of course. As the OBR has said, an increase in employers' NICs will be passed entirely onto working people. Now, I know that the party opposite doesn't actually know, I will in a moment, doesn't actually know who it means when it uses the phrase working people, but we are clear on this side of the House that it definitely includes farmers, their staff and the small businesses that support them day in, day out. I'll give way.
Thank you very much for giving way. Quick question. We assume that the Shadow Minister has said that she opposes these changes. If so, and could she commit now to reversing them? And if so, which public services would she cut? For example, which NHS services would education? So she's new to her place, and so I will just let her know. Not only was as Financial Secretary to the Treasury, I used to collect the taxes for the United Kingdom. I'm getting there. As FST, I used to collect taxes in the UK economy. As the Secretary of State for Health, I spent pretty much all of them. So believe you me, the £500 million that on their own figures they are scorecarding this as achieving by the end of the scorecard period, that won't even buy a minute. It will buy a fraction of what the NHS needs on a daily basis, let alone an annual basis. And this is the difficulty. If you believe the whip's handouts, sometimes they get you into trouble. I'm just going to... And for that matter, the phrase working people also includes our rural publicans. The members opposite are very proud of their Chancellor taking a penny off a pint. Yet any rural publican will tell you that won't even touch the sides alongside the NIC's tax hike. Sadly, Labour's jobs tax will see higher prices, fewer staff and more pub closures. The jobs tax is also hurting our frontline services. GP surgeries, care homes, hospices, pharmacies and dental practices, I will in a minute, will all see their costs rise and some will close. I'll just repeat that. GP surgeries, care homes, hospices, pharmacies and dental practices will all see their costs rise and some will close. This hurts in a city centre, but it is devastating in communities who live with the impacts of rural sparsity where it is more expensive to deliver services. I'll give way.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way, and I appreciate that she's referenced the NHS. I get lots of letters and emails and messages from farmers who have been completely let down by the state of the NHS as it was left by her when she was Secretary of State for Health. Given that she's got a new role, has she had any time to reflect on where she went wrong?
I know his part of the world very well, and I'm sure, because I can sense he's going to be a conscientious local MP, mindful of his small majority, that he will be badgering the Health Secretary to ask the Health Secretary why it is that he has not delivered the Conservatives' dental recovery plan, which this autumn would have seen dental vans in rural and coastal areas, because as the Secretary of State, believe you me, I wanted to ensure that rural and coastal areas were treated for dentistry services, as well as the golden hellos for new dentists setting up in rural and coastal areas, as well as the additional dental training places that we were bringing in place. All of us can see the needs in our rural areas. areas, but this jobs tax and this family farm tax really is not the answer. And this government, because of course this government loves raising taxes, and I'm nearly done, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has also raised taxes on fertiliser, on double cab pickups and on business asset disposal relief, whilst risking food security by permitting solar and wind industrial plants to be built on prime agricultural land. The great shame is that none of this is necessary. The cockeyed accounting of this Chancellor isn't believed by farmers or the public or indeed the OBR. In government, we provided the largest ever programme of grants to farmers and brought the farming budget to its highest ever level. We provided over £5 billion to flood protection and established a new national rural crime unit. We also, however, understood that farmers and rural communities need dynamic support, and that is why we committed to raising the farming budget by £1 billion over this Parliament, a move that this Labour government has failed to replicate. Their freeze in the farming budget, with no guarantee of a forthcoming increase, means they have chosen to offer farmers and rural communities a real terms cut. And this all adds up to a direct risk to food security, because if our farmers don't thrive, then domestic food production suffers, and that means more imports and higher prices. This is the don't bother budget from the don't care government. It is Labour's choice, and they should own it. They have turned their backs on rural communities, and we won't forget. We won't forget that this government is happy to plough straight over anyone who isn't a trade union. We won't forget the huge bills. We won't forget the huge bills passed by this Chancellor onto working people, pensioners, farmers, pub landlords, business owners and students. And I repeat the pledge by the Leader of the Opposition: the Conservatives will reverse this cruel family farm tax. Because to all farmers, farming families and rural communities out there, I say that we Conservatives stand with you, we have your back, and we will work night and day to hold this useless Labour government to account.
Maiden speech, Josh Newbury.
Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to make my maiden speech. As a Member of Parliament for Cannock Chase, my home. Having listened to many maiden speeches from all sides of the House, I have to say that I'm honoured to be part of an incredibly talented intake, not that I'm at all biased. I also have the privilege of following some outstanding predecessors who are fondly remembered by my constituents. The best known is the late, great Jenny Lee, who represented the former Cannock constituency for 25 years and also served as Minister for the Arts, playing a key role in the foundation of the Open University. Jenny was recently cited by the Chancellor as one of her political heroes and a contender to replace Nigel Lawson's portrait in her office. Alongside her husband, the equally incomparable Aneurin Bevan, Jenny is commemorated across the constituency, including Jenny Lee Way in Rugeley and the Bevan Lee Estate in Cannock. And I couldn't speak about past MPs for Cannock Chase without paying tribute to my Labour predecessor, Dr Tony Wright, who served as the MP for Cannock and Burntwood and later Cannock Chase from 1992 until 2010. Tony was the epitome of a dedicated constituency MP. Constituents regularly talk warmly of him, and he won votes from across the political spectrum. If I can be half the MP that Tony was, then I can look back on my time in this House with pride. I'd also like to pay tribute to my immediate predecessor, Dame Amanda Milling, who served our constituency for 9 years. Amanda is praised by both supporters and detractors alike for her efficient approach to casework, which I know would be the envy of many MPs' offices. Amanda served as a government whip for many years, not an easy job, I'm sure, and as Minister for Asia and the Middle East. I understand that Amanda also chaired the group of female Conservative MPs and was a passionate advocate for programmes that encourage women to stand for election. I may not have often agreed with Amanda politically, but I've always found her to be fair-minded, kind and decent, so I genuinely wish her all the best for the future. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, when people hear the words Cannock Chase, they naturally think of the stunning forest that is the constituency's namesake. Whilst making their first speeches, many new members have claimed their constituency as the most beautiful in the land. However, I have to point out that my constituency is the only one in England that shares its name with an area of outstanding natural beauty. Facts are facts, Madam Deputy Speaker. But the Chase is not just a place with serene walks and herds of fallow deer, although we have plenty of both. It's also a place of industry, sport and recreation. The Chase is still a working forest managed by Forestry England, which produces around 19,000 tonnes of sustainable timber every year. But arguably, the Chase is most famous as a national destination for mountain bikers. Yeah. As someone who could barely stay upright on fresh tarmac, the conversations I've had about mountain biking have probably been the steepest learning curve I've been on since the general election. But I look forward to working with bikers and Forestry England to build on the legacy of the 2022 Commonwealth Games and make sure that unauthorised trails don't spoil the natural beauty of the forest. Yeah. The Chase is a vibrant place with a huge range of activities, including the high ropes and free falls of Go Ape at Virtues Valley. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to place on record an open invitation to the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton, who I'm sure 4 years on from the general election campaign must be suffering from zipline withdrawal. The Iron Age hill fort at Castle Ring and its former status as a royal hunting forest attest to the Chase's rich 12,000-year history. More recently, soldiers were trained on the Chase, including one J.R.R. Tolkien, who was stationed there in 1916 and may have drawn inspiration for the Great Forest in his legendary books. But as my constituents would be keen to remind all of us, there is much more to Cannock Chase than our forest. Our tight-knit communities are home to organisations that we are immensely proud of. Charities like Cherishers, Helper Squaddy, Catherine Care and New Life are the best of Cannock Chase, bursting with dedicated staff and volunteers who selflessly give their time. The construction, retail and education sectors are the biggest employers locally, unsurprising given that our three main towns of Cannock, Hensford and Rugeley enjoy a strategic position on A roads and a busy railway line. Cannock is the headquarters of Finning, the world's largest dealer of Caterpillar construction equipment, as well as the West Midlands Designer Outlet Village. Nevertheless, my constituency is not just urban and industrial, it's also semi-rural, with around a third of our land being agricultural. Clustered around the villages of Slitting Mill, Prospect Village, Cannock Wood, Wimblebury, Norton Keynes and Heath Hayes is a tapestry of farms. Many of these communities feel left behind, last in the queue for infrastructure and services that other areas take for granted. A lack of access to GPs and bus services are frequently raised by my constituents in rural areas. We're also home to many businesses in the food supply chain, from processors to distributors. Because of these constituency interests, as well as my passion for the sector, I'm delighted to be getting stuck into my role on the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee. Interspersed between houses, factories and nature reserves are small remnants of the once dominant coal mining industry, some of which are conscientiously preserved as much-loved reminders of our proud mining heritage. And whilst we don't want to see a return to coal mining, our towns and villages do long for the secure jobs, social fabric and sense of common identity that characterised coalfield communities for centuries. The sudden closure of the Rugeley Power Station in 2016 signalled a final move away from coal, with the now cleared site soon to be renewed with a new community of hundreds of homes, a school and a new park which will alleviate flooding from the River Trent. Following the very welcome and long overdue return of the Mine Workers Pension Scheme Investment Reserve to hundreds of families in my constituency, I look forward to working with this government and others to bring investment and renewal to communities across Cannock Chase. Madam Deputy Speaker, deciding what to say in a maiden speech leads us to reflect on what brought us to this extraordinary place and what we hope to achieve for the people who sent us here. For me personally, it's momentous to be standing here because 20 years ago, I was a painfully shy young boy in the corner of the playground with my head buried in a book, trying as hard as I could to be invisible to the bullies who tormented me for a sexuality that at that age I didn't yet understand. But today, I stand here proudly as a member of this House. So if I achieve just one thing in my new job, I hope it is to show young people who are in the same position that I was that your bullies do not define you, nor do they limit what you go on to achieve. Yeah. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also hope to make my mark in other ways. Alongside my incredible husband, I'm an adoptive parent to a beautiful 4-year-old daughter and foster carer to an equally beautiful 9-week-old baby boy. So adoption, permanence and our care leavers are all passions of mine. Having been a councillor in my constituency for over 5 years, I am and will always be a fierce advocate for local councils and the tangible difference they make to our communities. And given my constituency has the highest proportion of people who commute by car in the whole of England, I know that a priority must be to fix the potholes. I'm delighted that this government is committed to both devolution and decent roads. As a proud member of the Cooperative Party, I'm always keen to promote democratic ownership. Communities in rural and coalfield areas know more than most the value of clubbing together and giving everyone a stake in the places and services that they rely on. It's safe to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I have lots on my to-do list, which is hardly groundbreaking for an MP. But I must finish, if I may, by thanking the people who have enabled me to serve my home of Cannock Chase in this House. If it takes a village to raise a child, then it takes a whole town to win an election campaign. So I'd like to thank the Cannock Chase Labour Party and all of the volunteers who contributed to our record-breaking result. Thank you to my incredible family, many of whom are in the gallery today. They've helped me overcome so much in my life, and they put up with a lot, as I'm sure many members' families can relate to. The final thanks, of course, go to the people of Cannock Chase for giving me the opportunity to fight for our towns and villages. I will go on as I've started, repaying that trust with action and hard work for as long as they keep me here.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll just start by saying I know it's kind of traditional that you say nice things about somebody who's just given a maiden speech, but that was a genuinely outstanding maiden speech. And I want to congratulate him on the grace he showed to his predecessor, his clear and obvious expertise about and passion for his constituency, and I will pass on the offer to my right honourable friend, the member for Kingston, who I'm sure will jump at the chance to go on a zip wire anywhere, but especially in his match. I'm sure his diary secretary will be delighted with the commitment I've just made on his behalf. He makes a claim to be the most beautiful constituency in the country. We'll let that pass for the moment. I represent, Madam Deputy Speaker, Westmorland, Lonsdale, which is the Lake District, the Yorkshire Dales, and a vast area of the United Kingdom, which is utterly beautiful. We're now the second largest constituency in England. I know it pales into insignificance compared to some of my Highland colleagues, but all the same, it is a place that I'm very, very proud to represent. I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for bringing this matter to the House. It's a really important debate that we have had, and also to welcome the new Shadow Secretary of State to her position. I was thrilled and excited by the awesome picture painted of what life must have been like in rural communities before the 4th of July. But I will, just to bring us all back down to earth, remind us what it was like. Because for livestock farmers in my constituency and elsewhere, over the last 5 years, they've seen a 41% drop in their incomes. Look at our rural communities, the evaporation of the long-term private rented sector into Airbnb, unregulated, unintervened on, unprevented. Second home ownership gobbling up our villages and killing off rural communities. And there's no doubt, therefore, no surprise that the Rural Services Network looked at the English regions at the time of the last general election and calculated that if rural England was a separate region in itself, it would be the poorest region in England. So if this Secretary of State is seeking to be less disastrous than the Tories that went before him when it comes to rural communities, that is not a very high bar for him to clear. But I am concerned, particularly when it comes to issues relating to the budget, that he may not be finding that as easy as he thought. I will say a thing or two about the budget, and in particular APR and BPR and the changes in inheritance tax. It's important people remember there are 440 farmers in my constituency who will be affected by the APR change, by the inheritance tax change. Very large numbers of those people will be people who are living on significantly less than the average, than the minimum wage, and yet at the same time will have a property on paper that is worth enough for them to be clobbered by this change. And it is not just, we talk about 440 directly affected, but there'll be hundreds of tenants indirectly affected, because we know that when the landlord is in a position they've got to rearrange their business to perhaps try to avoid paying inheritance tax, or however they're going to restructure their estates, that it'll be the tenants who end up losing out. And I was pleased to hear the Minister, the member for Cambridge at the Hexham Northern Farmers Conference last week, confirm that the government will be bringing in a tenant farm commissioner. I congratulate and thank them for doing that. But that position will not be up and running and in place before this has happened. And there will be tenants evicted from their land. We will see in our communities lakeland clearances as a result of all this. So it is sold as a policy to attack the wealthy. No. The wealthy will find ways around this. And just as we're finding with business property relief as well, I can cite a family owner of a very, very famous and very wonderful holiday park in the Central Lakes in my constituency, father in his 90s. This is not a business that is worth millions in terms of its cash flow or any profits, but the reality is, to pay the death duties, they'll be in a situation where they will sell out to another big corporate. And the consequences of all this will be on the farming front and on the family business front, not in agriculture, in one moment. The result will be that we'll see big corporates, big equity houses buying up these businesses, and when it comes to farming, you'll see the land passed over to no agricultural use whatsoever, and the house turned into yet another second home. This will be devastating, not just for family farms, but for rural communities as a whole. And I'll happily give way.
Family farms are a key part of the fabric of our countryside, something that farmers in my rural constituency tell me every day and have spent all weekend trying to get my attention just to tell me this. And one of the things that really worries me is that this increases in the budget and the changes to inheritance tax will directly and disproportionately affect the small family farms. Will my honourable friend agree with me that this is going to have a devastating effect on our food security and on these small farms?
I think it will, and I thank her for her intervention. I think the consequence will be, as I said, many farmers who are earning less than the minimum wage, but in reality own a property which is worth an awful lot of money, but is worth nothing to them really. It is their business. And the consequence of this will be someone will own that farm, and it won't be a family farm anymore. It'll be some huge estate or some private equity firm instead. And that is the consequence of this, and the government must listen. Now, I want to just turn my thoughts to funding elements within the budget. I mean, I genuinely believe, I found a very, very rare creature, and that is a Brexit benefit. Because the reality is, leaving the Common Agricultural Policy and moving towards the environmental land management schemes as set out by the previous government and adopted by this one and supported in principle by the Liberal Democrats as well, was an opportunity to make things better for farmers and for our countryside. And yet the last government botched it completely by failing to fund the projects properly and by taking away basic payments at a very regular and dependable rate, but not replacing them quickly enough with the new payments that came in the environmental payments. And that has massively reduced our ability to feed ourselves. And something which is really important to say is that the agricultural policy of the last Conservative government, and so far adopted by this one, is one which is absolutely insane, but actually it disincentivises the production of food, which is a ridiculous situation to find ourselves in, and I would wish the new government to actively look at putting that right. The £350 million underspent by the last government was felt in the pockets of the smaller family farms, not the big landlords. They were able to get into the schemes relatively easily, but smaller family farms are the ones who suffered. And yet the speeding up of the getting rid of the basic payment in the budget is deeply troubling. A 76% at least reduction in basic payment for those who are still within the system. That will be devastating for people's businesses. People don't know what to do next. They may end up in a situation where they back out of environmental schemes just to try and intensively farm in order to try to pay the rent and keep a roof over them and their families' heads. It's also just worth bearing in mind the impact this will have on the mental health of farmers. You just put yourself in the position, you're a 5th or 6th generation farmer, tenant or owner-occupier, and you can see that you potentially might be the one who loses the family farm because of the botching of the system of the Conservatives and this quick cliff edge from the Labour government. Don't put people in that position. Give them the time to be able to move into new schemes rather than kicking the legs of the old system from underneath them. And a word about trade deals before I just talk more widely about other important rural issues. The last government absolutely did throw farmers under a bus, British farmers under a bus, in the deals that they cut with New Zealand and Australia. And I am of the view that, of course, we've got to be pragmatic. about relationships with the coming administration in the United States. But can I urge the Secretary of State not to do what the Conservatives did with the New Zealand and Australia deals in any deal that might happen with the United States under its coming president. Protect British farmers and protect our values, please. Let us move. I will happily give way.
I'm very grateful. He and I shared some very similar concerns about those trade deals with Australia and New Zealand. But would you agree with me that fortunately our fears that we would see a swamping of the market from those imports, which have now actually all been swallowed up by a ever voracious Chinese and Southeast Asian market, and the New Zealand lamb producers have actually reduced per capita the size of the flock. The worries that he and I shared haven't come to pass, and we should be very grateful that that is the case.
Well, I think they have. I'm grateful to him for his intervention, but I think to a degree they have come to pass in the sense that we allow equal access to our markets from those producing animal products, meat and other food products, with lower standards than British farmers do. So that's just not fair. That is not a level playing field. And my great fear is that the American market is far bigger, and doing a similar deal with Donald Trump potentially could do much more harm to British farmers, and I would wish the Secretary of State just to be mindful of that. May I move on to some other issues which affect us very much in rural communities? In a constituency like mine, the average house price is 14 times the average income of households. We have a 7,000 person strong, household strong waiting list when it comes to social rented housing. We've seen the collapse, as I mentioned earlier, of the long-term private rented sector into Airbnb, and we have a consequent impact upon lives, which is huge. I can think of a particular couple. She was a teaching assistant, he was a chef. They were kicked out by their landlord so that they could go Airbnb, and as a result they had to take their 2 kids out of school and leave the area completely, give up the jobs that they have, and there were hundreds and hundreds of cases like that, and the previous government did not intervene until it was far, far too late. The impact of this housing crisis in rural communities across our country is not just deeply, deeply upsetting and devastating for families, but it's also damaging to our workforce. So 66% of businesses in the Lakes and the Dales, hospitality and tourism businesses, are operating below capacity because they can't find enough staff. 1 in 5 care jobs in Cumbria is unfilled because of a lack of a permanent workforce. And another matter that the previous government did not tackle and refused to tackle explicitly, and which I really hope this government will now do, is to tackle the scourge of excessive second home ownership in our communities in rural Britain. In other words, homes that are a bolt hole. People own them, but they barely ever live in them. And the excessive number of second homes in our communities means that you lose your school, your bus service, the very heart of those communities. So I ask, would the Secretary of State consider doing what the Liberal Democrats have been proposing for years, and that is making second home ownership a separate category of planning use so that planners have the opportunity to protect their communities. On health, so many of the issues that we face in rural communities relate to distance to care, the ability to get to where you need in time. But it also means that we have issues with efficiency. If you're serving, you're a GP serving a huge acreage, you may not be very efficient with a relatively small list, but we desperately need you. So I wonder if the government will consider again our proposal for a strategic small surgeries fund to keep GP surgeries open in rural communities. They are vital to us. And bear in mind also that some of the longest and most unacceptable waiting times for cancer treatment are in rural communities too. We welcome very much the £70 million announced for radiotherapy just before the budget, much to the Speaker's chagrin, but all the same we're very grateful for the money. But I wonder if you would bear in mind the fact that there are 3.5 million people in this country, most of them in rural communities, living in radiotherapy deserts. Half of us will have cancer at some point in our lives, and half of those should receive radiotherapy treatment, and yet barely a quarter do. And one of the reasons is communities like mine are just too far to receive that treatment. So whether he would ensure that some of that money actually goes to providing satellite units in places like Kendal and other parts of rural Britain as well. Public transport, it's right to say that the government made a poor decision to increase the threshold, the cap on the maximum fare for bus services. That will have a huge impact on low-wage workers, particularly in rural parts of this country. But frankly, even a £3 fare cap or a £2 fare cap is a fat lot of good if there's no bus for you to use it on. And I would encourage him to make sure that he does devolve power to local authorities to run their own bus services and not force us all to have a local government reorganisation in order to do that. Just give us those powers and do that now. On broadband, I am coming to an end, I promise. On broadband, I want to just say that the government, the new government and the old government have made progress, good progress, with Project Gigabit, and we are to be grateful for it. But they must be aware that there are always going to be places that Project Gigabit is not going to get to. So I want to list 4 places in my constituency: Warcop, Hilton, Merton, Ormside, all places that are in deferred scope and currently are like to get no service whatsoever. And whether the Secretary of State would consider, whether the government would consider, de-scoping those places so that they can access vouchers, so that our wonderful local not-for-profit broadband company Barn can step in and do the job. It's worth pointing out, my final point is this, Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll be delighted to hear. 45% of water bill payers' money under the Conservatives went into the pockets of the shareholders, or into dividends, or into bonuses, or into debt financing. Meanwhile, 500,000 instances of sewage dumping happened each year in our lakes and our rivers. We welcome some of the government's proposals on cleaning that up, but without radical reform of the industry, which they are not proposing, this will not be a problem that is solved in any long-term way. So in conclusion, our rural communities have been taken for granted and deeply damaged by a Conservative government, and our memories in rural Britain are very, very long. They will not be excused, that failure. And so we still see a Labour government whose early start is not promising for our rural communities. So we in the Liberal Democrats have made a deliberate choice to be the voice of rural communities. And we will humbly take up that mantle with humility and with passion, because a Britain that cannot feed itself is a Britain that will fail.
Maiden speech, Chris Kane.
It's a great honour to be called to make my first contribution in this place as the Member of Parliament for the new constituency of Stirling and Strathallan. My constituency is the geographic heart of Scotland, and what a beautiful part of the world I am lucky enough to represent. At just under 2,500 square kilometres, it is predominantly a rural constituency. From the farming villages, including Drimmen, Buckley, Callander and Cullen, to the former coal mining villages of Bannockburn, Fallin, Plean and Cowie. From the bonny banks of Loch Lomond to the mountains of the Trossachs, and the valleys carved by the rivers Forth, Endrick, Teith and Allen. The city of Stirling, with its majestic castle defending a royal borough that became a royal city in 2002. And the city of Dunblane, with its magnificent medieval cathedral. Politically, I am following in the footsteps of a daunting list of constituency representation, which includes 1 Prime Minister, the father of a Prime Minister, 2 Secretaries of State for Scotland, a Secretary of State for War, a Father of the House of Commons, and a Leader of the House of Lords. In my lifetime, Harry Ewing, the godfather of devolution, Michael Forsyth, who brought the Stone of Destiny back to Scotland, Damian Maguire, who as Minister for Disabled People signed the first human rights charter of the 21st century on behalf of the United Kingdom at the United Nations. Stephen Patterson and Stephen Kerr brings us to my predecessor, Alan Smith. Alan represented Stirling in the previous Parliament, but prior to that he represented Scotland as a member of the European Parliament with distinction. Alan cares deeply for Scotland and has public service at his heart, and I wish him well for the future and thank him for his service. Madam Deputy Speaker, the coalfields of central Scotland transformed the landscape of the southern end of my constituency over the last 150 years. My great-grandfather, William Kane, was a miner, and while working at the coalface in 1914, a large rock dislodged from the ceiling and crushed him. William died from his injuries. His son, my grandfather, Frank, was 12 years old. Frank had to leave school to earn money, not to take the family out of poverty, but to keep the family alive. Everything that troubles me about that story has been improved by the Labour Party and the trade union movement, with a relentless focus on improving workplace conditions and workers' rights over the last 100 years. We feel that something should be done. We have the idea that one of the functions of the government of this country is to see to it that there should be equality, equity and fair play between the parties, that the weak should be protected from any outrage by the strong. It is the business of the government to see to it that there should be equity and fair play between all conditions of people in the state. These are not my words. They're the words of my grandfather Frank's uncle, Hugh Murnan, also a miner. And they were spoken by Hugh here in this place in his maiden speech after he became the MP for Stirling in 1922. Wow. Reading all of Mr Murnan's speech, I'm struck by how much has changed and how much has stayed the same in his description of work. There is still much to do to deliver dignity and fair play, which is why I'm proud that this government is raising the national living wage and through the Employment Rights Bill will update the UK's outdated employment laws and turn the page on an economy blighted by insecurity, poor productivity and low pay. I should say that 12-year-old Frank, my grandfather, became a grocer's apprentice, and Frank developed an entrepreneurial spark which took off when the BBC began broadcasting in Scotland in the 1920s. He opened Bannyburn's radio music store to supply radio sets and constantly recharge the large lead-acid batteries on which they depended. The business prospered under my parents, Bill and Diane, and my brother Michael runs the business today. Shop local when you can. Along with coal, the rivers and lochs of my constituency also bring with it nutrients vital for farming. The flat floodplain of the Forth is 16 miles long and 4 miles wide and is filled with farms that today produce everything from beef to dairy and from sheep to pumpkins. The River Forth was for many years Europe's premier oyster fishery. Over 30 million oysters were harvested each year in the early 19th century, but overfishing caused a collapse and the Forth oyster was declared extinct in 1957. Issues such as overfishing and sustainability are studied in great depth at the University of Stirling's International Centre for Aquaculture, the largest of its kind in the world. And it's leading the way in research to tackle the global problems of food security, hunger and sustainability through the world's rivers and seas. It was also a researcher from the Institute of Aquaculture who discovered in 2014 that the Forth oyster was still alive, with 2 of them growing in the river. When the railway arrived in my constituency in 1848, it brought with it an entrepreneurial spirit that saw Scotland's first oil refinery open in Riverside in Stirling. And until the Forth Bridge opened in 1890, the bridges of Stirling carried most of Scotland's goods to and from the Highlands. Scotland's first heavy-than-air flight took place in Stirling when the Barnwell brothers built and flew an aircraft in the shadow of Stirling Castle. That entrepreneurial spirit lives on with the likes of Highland Spring, a fantastic family business in Blackford, and neighbours to Gleneagles, one of the world's premier hotels and golf courses. In Stirling, a £20 million investment has recently been announced to create a film and TV studio that will be the largest in Scotland. Stirling was the first gigabit internet city in the United Kingdom and one of the first in the world to digitally map the city to create an augmented reality smartphone experience. We are a growing base for life sciences and manufacturing and, of course, tourism. My constituency offers some of the best outdoor activities in the country, from salmon fishing to hill walking, with lots of family-friendly activities along the way. And if history and heritage is your thing, well, we've got castles and monuments, battlegrounds, and the only working church other than Westminster Abbey to have hosted a coronation. If you like sports, in 2023, Stirling was showcased to the world with the time trials of the UCI Cycling World Championships. Scotland's National Swimming Academy is at Stirling University and has produced Olympic medalists including Duncan Scott and Robbie Rennick. The UK's National Curling Academy is in Stirling. And I cannot mention sport without referencing Judy, Jamie and Andy Murray, whose success, resilience and mindset have forever linked tennis with the city of Dunblane. Madam Deputy Speaker, Stirling and Strathallan is not in the heart of Scotland, it is the heart of Scotland. Much of the modern sense of Scottish cultural identity originated in my constituency. From the battles of Wallace and Bruce at Stirling Bridge and Bannockburn over 700 years ago, to the reinvention of tartan at the mills of William Wilson, also in Bannockburn, in the 1800s. I think that a much more subtle sense of my constituency is found here in this place and in the UK identity, because it was a Stirling resident, a Wheel Kent local face, called King James VI, who united the kingdoms of England and Scotland in 1603. And I have walked about this place wondering which of our traditions would have had their origins in the traditions of the court of King James at Stirling Castle. Madam Deputy Speaker, Stirling is celebrating its 900th anniversary this year. 900 years since King David granted a small settlement on the River Forth borough status. Stirling and Strathallan has gone on to give much to Scotland, the United Kingdom and the world over the last 900 years, and there is much more to come. Stirling and Strathallan is proud of its past and ambitious for its future, and I'm hugely honoured and privileged to represent my home here in this place.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an absolute privilege to follow the maiden speech from the Honourable Member, new member for Stirling and Strathallan. I'm sure he's going to make a very significant contribution to this place, and as a fellow Scot, I wish him well. And I'm very lucky to represent the Scottish Borders, the place I call home. We have wonderful towns in the Borders, but it's one of the most rural constituencies in the whole of the United Kingdom. There's a strong sense of community spirit amongst local people, but there's a deep and growing sense of concern by the governments in Edinburgh and London just don't get what's important to our communities. There's a widening disconnect between people and politicians. There's a growing feeling that the needs and concerns of rural areas are not important to Scotland's two governments. For 17 years already, rural areas in Scotland have been overlooked and even ignored by the SNP government that doesn't understand what's important to our communities. An SNP government that's distracted and focused on their own selfish, often divisive obsessions. They spend their time on fringe issues like gender reform that just don't matter to everyday lives to people in the Borders. And now, with a new government in London, local people are feeling the same way about Labour. Labour clearly doesn't value rural areas. They don't care about farmers. They don't listen to our communities. This Labour government is bad news for the Borders and for rural areas across Scotland and across the United Kingdom. Now let's look at what this Labour government is already doing to rural communities. In their very first budget, they changed inheritance tax, business and agricultural property relief, despite warnings of this impact to rural areas. Labour's family farm tax will rip apart rural businesses and prevent farmers from passing on the family farm to the next generation. It's cruel, it's bitter and it's divisive. And it's the opposite of what Labour said they would do. It's another broken promise by this Labour government. Just listen, Madam Deputy Speaker, to what they had to say before the election. The Secretary of State for DEFRA said in December 2023 that the Labour Party had no plans to change inheritance tax, including agricultural property relief. It's shameful that now he claims to be proud of Labour's family farm tax. But he wasn't the only one that made this pledge. The Prime Minister, the Chancellor, the Secretary of State for Scotland and Scottish Labour leader Anas Sarwar repeatedly promised that they would not raise taxes on working people, but that's exactly what they have done. Now, I've got news for Labour. Farmers are working people. In fact, they are some of the hardest working people in any industry. They get up before dawn and they put in a hard shift every single day of the week, 365 days of the year. Labour should be ashamed of raising tax on farmers and preventing them from passing on the family farm.
This shameful betrayal won't be forgotten by rural areas or in my Borders constituency. Now let me share with Labour what local farmers are saying, because they are clearly not listening. I recently spoke with Colin and Jill McGregor of McGregor Farms near Coldstream, and this is what they had to say. The autumn budget that Labour broadcast last week will affect every family farming business across the country. We have been digesting the details over the last couple of days, and I can see a substantial financial impact on our farming business. They added, the government seems to have no idea of the costs involved in agriculture. The tax that would have to be paid on death will cripple many family farms, with a huge proportion having to sell land to pay the tax and breaking up family businesses that have been working the land for many generations. Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour don't seem to care about the damage they are doing to farming. Farming is not just a job, but a way of life. We cannot overlook the immense contribution that our farmers and food producers make towards the rural economy and protecting our natural environment. They supply supermarkets and local shops, provide for housing in our towns and villages, invest in infrastructure, create jobs, employ workers, and so much more. It is crucial that the government takes the right steps and measures to protect this industry and ensure its longevity for many years to come. Labour and the SNP must provide certainty and stability to our farmers. If not, farmers and landowners will no longer invest or provide the important services that they offer. We should not forget, no farmers, no food. Labour's family farm tax will not just break up family farms, it will limit food production, damage our food security and drive up the cost of our weekly food shop in supermarkets. They must drop this tax and keep their word to farmers. But that's not all. Labour must start listening to rural areas. As it stands, their plans will do great damage to local transport plans. They've already announced plans to drop the dualling of the A1 road, a vital transport link for my constituency in the Scottish Borders and vital for cross-border connections between Scotland and the rest of the UK. Labour have halted progress in the Borders Railway, which is crucial for commuters and anyone looking to get around in the Borders. How is the Borders economy supposed to grow? How are businesses supposed to create jobs when Labour are cutting investment in our communities? In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will always stand up for rural areas, especially those in the Scottish Borders. It would be nice if just once the Labour Party did the same.
David Taylor to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It gives me enormous pride to be stood here before you as Hemel Hempstead's MP and to make my maiden speech. I want to pay tribute to the honourable members for Cannock Chase and Stirling and Strathallan. I know Stirling very well through my involvement in the Make Poverty History campaign to be a very beautiful place. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to make it in the presence of the Secretary of State, who was very generous with his time in my constituency during the election, but I'm humble enough to accept that the primary reason for his presence was usually the fact that his mother resides in Hemel Hempstead and is a local member of the party. In this debate about rural affairs, I want to start by paying tribute to the beautiful countryside that surrounds our town and the villages that are part of this constituency following the changes to the boundaries at the last election. From St Lawrence's Church in Bovingdon, where I was this morning to mark Armistice Day, to Chipperfield's Cricket Club, to the Green Dragon Pub in Flaundon, we are blessed with many picture postcard scenes. And my dog, Albert, is particularly fond of chasing squirrels in Chipperfield Common. Turning to Hemel itself, the old town is so picturesque that one local council official jokingly referred to it as Hemelwood, such as its popularity as a filming location for local TV and movies. We were once the home of a site of a major Roman villa on the River Gade, which supposedly has the biggest Roman bath outside Bath itself. When Hemel Town Council was amalgamated into a new district council exactly 50 years ago this year, the then Labour leader of the council, Gordon Gaddis, who is still a stalwart in our community, even though he's now in his 90s, chose an old Latin name for the council, Decorum, which means of the Dacians, referencing a period in Saxon times when Danish law applied here due to the presence of the Vikings. We also have a long-standing connection to Henry VIII, who in 1539 granted the town its market charter, and it's because of him that the mighty Hemel Hempstead Town FC are nicknamed the Tudors. However, like many others, my family's connections to the area come from the creation of the new town after the Second World War. This new town was one of Labour's finest achievements, providing families with decent housing, good quality factory jobs, education and healthcare. From Children, where my dad grew up, to Highfield, where my mum did, to Adderfield, where my nan lives now, council housing surrounded a square with amenities such as shops, a community shop centre, a place of worship, and a GP surgery and schools. I therefore welcome our new government's commitment to building genuinely affordable housing and new council homes, whilst also ensuring that the right infrastructure accompanies it. And as we seek to build new towns around the UK, I'd be happy to show ministers the virtues of our ingenious and often misunderstood magic roundabout. I want to now pay tribute to my predecessor, Sir Mike Penning. It is not just in our community that he served with loyalty, but also this nation. Sir Mike was a distinguished Grenadier Guardsman in the British Army and subsequently served as a firefighter in Essex. In his maiden speech, he said that when he left this House, he wanted to be known as a good constituency MP, and he certainly was, doggedly taking up his constituents' individual cases when he needed them. I would also like to pay tribute to our two previous Labour MPs, Tony McWalter, who was kind enough to take me under his wing when I was a member of the UK Youth Parliament, and Lord Corbett. Whilst I sadly never had the opportunity to meet Robin, I know from my friendship with his widow, Lady Val, that he was a wonderful, warm and kind man who served his constituents with compassion. That takes me to the points that I will prioritise as I serve the people of Hemel Hempstead. Firstly, I will strive to improve local healthcare, including pushing for a new community hospital. In line with this government's commitment to neighbourhood-based care and enjoying the support of the local NHS trusts, the local council and my predecessor, Sir Mike, I will push hard for this project to advance in the most ambitious way possible, as well as ensuring access to GPs and dentists improve. I will also make sure that children in Hemel Hempstead get the best possible education they need, particularly those with special educational needs and disabilities. The SEND situation, not only in Hertfordshire but Decorum itself, is particularly bad. It's an issue that came up repeatedly when I was talking to voters as a candidate, and it's top of my postbag now as an MP. At one of my most recent surgeries, one parent, Natasha, told me her son Alfie had been diagnosed with autism age 5, yet has been repeatedly refused an EHCP and has been waiting for a specialist appointment for almost 2 years. Sadly, her story is one members of this House will know all too well. I'm glad that it is an area of priority for our new government, and it's an issue I'll continue to work on as a cross-party basis as a member of the all-parliamentary group on SEND. I will also prioritise combating crime. Recent stats show that Hemel was one of the worst towns in Hertfordshire for antisocial behaviour, indeed the worst major town, whilst vehicle crime is at 105% of the national crime rate. This is something I've seen firsthand when I've had the opportunities to go out with local bobbies on the beat. I work hard to make our community safer, whether that's getting more police officers in our town or working to reopen the front desk of Hemel Police Station. I know the cost of living crisis is hurting people locally too. Food bank use is up 1,000% in the last 10 years in my constituency alone. And I applaud the work that local charities such as DENS, Community Action Decorum and Hemel Community Fridge are doing to help. I'm doing everything I can to stand alongside them, but I also pledge to push for better decisions to be made here in Westminster to ensure food banks do not need to exist at all. In concluding Sir Mike's maiden speech, he paid tribute to the person that brought him into politics, the late Sir Teddy Taylor. It's a common name, no relation. And it's only fitting that I do the same. After taking part in the UK Youth Parliament, I thought long and hard about what great cause I wanted to focus my time and energy on. And getting involved in the Make Poverty History campaign, and I still have the right wristband around my wrist, I attended a rally outside Labour conference exactly 20 years ago, where I heard the then Chancellor Gordon Brown speak in thunderous terms of our duty to help those less fortunate than ourselves. A few years later, I had the enormous privilege of working for him and with the newly elected Honourable Member for Mid Lothian. Many within these walls and beyond will recognise his and her unrelenting dedication and drive to improving the lives of others, something that inspires me to this day. And finally, I want to add my name to those who pay tribute to Joe Cox in their maiden speeches. Both with the Labour Campaign for International Development and now as a member of the International Development Select Committee, I remain committed to taking forward her legacy, particularly on the responsibility to protect civilians, so important everywhere, urgently, from Ukraine to Syria to Sudan. As Gordon said on the Eve of poll back in July, we have a choice in the UK and around the world about whether we succumb to pessimism or embrace hopefulness. To remember that, in Joe's words, we are far more united and have far more in common than which divides us. I will do my utmost, as long as I have the honour to represent the people of Hemel Hempstead, to push for a more hopeful future in our community, our country and our world.
Members will be conscious that there are lots of you who wish to contribute this evening, so after the next speaker there will be a 6-minute time limit which may need to be reduced in due course. Damian Hinds.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and what a privilege and a pleasure to be able to be here to hear 3 outstanding maiden speeches this evening. A great honour to follow the honourable gentleman from Hemel Hempstead. As it happens, I learned to swim in Decorum Leisure Centre, but I never knew what it meant until tonight. So I'm grateful to him for that. It was great to hear about the developing film industry in Hemel Hempstead. It used to be famous, of course, for the old Kodak building. And as his colleague said that Cannock Chase is more than a forest, he has certainly demonstrated us tonight that Hemel Hempstead is much more than an extremely complicated roundabout. The 3 of them, though, will be great contributors to this House of Commons and clearly will be assets to our democracy. And as I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, a pleasure to be here to hear them this evening. Madam Deputy Speaker, rural Britain is different. The rural economy is different. Quality of life issues are different. The profile of crime is different. Almost everything is different. In some ways better, by the way. I mean, we do tend to have somewhat better air quality, for example. We spend less time sitting in traffic. But there are also many, many challenges for rural Britain. The sheer distances involved affect so many things, whether it's about your ability to access specialist healthcare treatment regularly or being able to get the right T-levels placement for your career. So that has an impact in turn on health inequalities and social mobility. The costs of provision mean that many of my constituents, many of our constituents, are off mains drainage. Many more, again, are off the grid, and that has implications for their costs and, indeed, what we do on decarbonisation. And on connectivity, things have improved a great deal, but there will be many members in this House who themselves have had the experience and had it relayed to them, that thing where you're talking to somebody on the phone and you say, we'll just have to send you a text message to verify your identity, and you have to go to the end of the lane to get the text message. And then by the time you come back and try and put it in, of course, it has expired. Now, thankfully, those things have improved and continue to improve, but still there is a big gap between our rural areas and our urban areas. This is a very broad topic for debate, and we could talk about any one of those things that I've just listed down. I'm sure we will, but in trying not to be repetitious of what other members have already said and will say, I'm going to restrict myself to three topics, but quite disparate ones. The first is an issue around connectivity. Not about broadband and not about mobile, but an older technology, the phone, one that often gets overlooked. And we're at the moment have the upcoming rollout of voice over internet protocol replacing PSTN telephony. And in rural areas, it has a particular angle to it. Because along with all the list of all the other things that are different in rural areas, there's another one to add, and that is the weather. And the weather means that electricity lines get knocked over more often. We still have power cuts in rural areas in a way and a frequency that people living in cities would find perhaps hard to believe. Sometimes for a few hours. We had one in East Hampshire in the last few years which lasted over 3 days. And so the proposal that came out that when we get rid of traditional telephones, which of course are your lifeline in such a case, and replace them with internet telephony, the idea that could rely on a 1-hour power backup was never going to work for rural areas. I'm pleased there is now a pause. I'm also pleased that some operators, I spoke to Vodafone the other day, being one of them, are looking at a much better power backup, and we need to see more. In the meantime, we also need to make sure that consumers are made aware, if they are changing system, that they are putting themselves into this position. The second thing I wanted to mention is a question around housing and housing affordability, quite niche on a national scale, but definitely not niche in my constituency. It's where you have an area which is part in a national park and part outside. The housing targets get set for the whole of the district, but of course there are severe restrictions on what can happen inside the national park. So you get a great deal of pressure on development and therefore on services just outside, and for me that means places like Alton and Four Marks and the southern parishes of East Hampshire. But it's also an issue for places inside the national park, because there is already an affordability discrepancy between inside and outside, and over time, as you'll get disproportionate amounts of development outside, that discrepancy is going to grow. And I do hope this is an area that perhaps the Minister can put to his friends in the MHCLG. I hope it's an anomaly that can be fixed in the NPPF rethink. But it is a situation that is exacerbated by these massively higher housing targets that are now coming for rural areas, with the change in the formula, which means that we get much higher targets for areas like mine, but actually housing targets reducing in parts of London, where clearly there is a real issue with housing affordability too, and in most measures a greater issue. And I do ask that they look again at how that affordability ratio and the overall formula work, and in particular seek to ensure that it is, when new housing comes in, not looking just at the stock that's there already, but that new housing that gets built is truly accessible, affordable to local people, not just creating very large numbers of new 5-bedroom executive homes, which will be just as out of reach as the ones that are already there. And the final point I want to make, and I know everybody's going to make it tonight, is about the importance of farming. Now, nobody here needs to be told the importance of farming. It's not quite the same thing as rural affairs, but there's such a heavy overlap, and we rely on farmers for so much, for land stewardship, for biodiversity, for managing the attractiveness of the countryside for the visitor economy. When we get snowed in Hampshire, we even rely on the farmers to clear the roads. But most of all, we must never forget what we rely on these men and women for is our food. And yet land yield really matters. It matters to them as agricultural businesses, but it also matters to us, because the one asset that you cannot increase in size is the total amount of land that you have in the country. And it is in our national interest to support the farming sector to be able to get the most production out of the land that is possible. And I urge the government, genuinely, to think again about how they support this sector, with the farming budget, with having a formal target for food security, and of course with rethinking this terrible move that they're making on inheritance tax. There have always been different types of farms, large and small, owner-occupied and tenanted, but family farms have always been at the heart of our agricultural sector. They are businesses, but in one sense they're unlike other businesses. Their biggest asset is not something they've bought, and it's not something they intend to sell. So in that sense, they're more like custodians of an asset than owners. And this APR and BPR, I do have to ask them to forgive me, as I need to finish in less than a minute. And the APR and BPR changes are going to cut right into this. I have a constituency example, for example, a 50-acre farm, estimated farm value £5.5 million, but the profit from it is only £19,000 a year. So in the event of the demise of the parents, the liability could be £900,000. There was no way at a return on total capital of 0.35%, there was no way that you can do anything other than sell it. But that matters not just to that family, it matters to all of us. Firstly, because of the concern that larger businesses will come along to buy up these family farms, and they're not necessarily buying them to plant crops or to grow or to rear livestock. They may use them for renewable energy projects, for example, or for carbon credit use, and that will mean less food production. Secondly, because knowing that a tax is coming upon death will also disincentivise the investment that this current generation farming the land puts in, knowing that the return effectively will be lower. So for those two reasons, it doesn't just matter to those families, it matters to every single one of us in this chamber, every single one of us in this country, and I ask the Minister, please, to think again.
Lee Pitcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Please can I refer to my register of interest before I speak? Can my honourable friends and members imagine what it's like not to be able to see, hearing water flood into your home, not knowing where it's coming from, fearing how deep it might get, with no idea where the escape route might be next in the house? Can my honourable friends and members imagine being a child who has previously become homeless due to flooding, lost their most treasured possessions, to only hear a raindrop outside trigger their post-traumatic stress disorder and resulting in nightmares? Can my honourable friends and members imagine being a farmer whose entire crop is lost to the impact of flooding? Can my honourable friends and members imagine being a carer for a child on dialysis, knowing that when it rains you could soon be dealing with pumping out parts of your own home with contaminated water while your child is having treatment? For many, these are not unimaginable. It's their reality. And that's not a surprise when flooding is the most recorded natural disaster on this planet. In 2023, there were 176 flood disasters recorded across the world, similar to the year before, both of which are significantly higher than the average 86 that were recorded in the 1990s. A third of our planet is prone to flooding, and here in the UK, over 5 million people live or work in areas that are at risk of floods. Flooding is also a huge economic problem. We've heard this today. According to work carried out by the Risky Cities Project, Arup and other partners, the single biggest shock or stress that can affect an economy of the 60% of Rockefeller 100 resilient cities across the world is flooding. However, it's not just too much water. We are increasingly seeing the impacts of too little water, drought, too dirty water, pollution, impacting our rural and urban communities. Water knows no boundaries, geographical, political, topographical. That is particularly challenging in a place where we've tried to make sense of the natural world and environment by creating frameworks and therefore putting boundaries in place. Water's complex. I'll give you an example, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like in many parts of the country, you could walk a kilometre alongside a watercourse, and anywhere along that stretch, someone might be impacted by flooding. The same water can pass along a river managed by the Environment Agency, into a culverted area managed by the local authority, through a farmer's field with riparian ownership, back to the Environment Agency, into an internal drainage board, maintained ditch, through a water company pumping station, back to a sustainable urban drainage pond managed by the local authority, and so on. In that short stretch between here and Westminster Bridge, you could have several handoffs and handovers of that ownership of an asset by half a dozen authorities. And to be frank, if you ask one of my residents who I visited recently in Westwoodside in Axholme, a rural area, or the River Idle Flood Action Group in Bawtry, they will tell you that they do not care who owns the water. They just want that water out of their homes, out of their gardens, out of their businesses. In fact, you don't want it to even get to that stage in the first place where it comes in. Of course, the same principle around water management applies to its cleanliness, whether it's water impacted from diffuse sources, like the runoff from land to combined sewer overflows, to trade waste, septic tanks and misconnections. The ammonia, E. coli, enterococci, nitrates, metals that impact our ditches, dikes, rivers, oceans come from many sources owned by many individuals and organisations. The fact we all have a massive part to play in clearing up watercourses, the fact remains is that we need to manage water across a whole catchment. It requires system thinking, it requires our rural communities. I fundamentally believe that a catchment approach is imperative when it comes to both managing water across the whole water cycle, but also when it comes to leadership, both role model and visionary. Role model leadership is around taking action now. We've seen how this government has focused and has taken swift action with the Water Special Measures Bill, which will start to tackle part of this challenge. In setting up the Flood Task Force, in providing 60 million in the budget for flood-related work with the agricultural community, to the biggest agricultural budget in history for sustainable farming. Visionary leadership, though, is about looking at long-term planning for resilience to flooding, for adaptation as well as mitigation. The kind of vision that considers innovation for the use of sustainable urban drainage, nature-based solutions, working with the land to create flood adaptation whilst improving soil effectiveness, reducing carbon, finding new commercial opportunities. And I've seen examples of this that deliver a combination of these things out there, like pop-up rainforests with farmers in Yorkshire. That visionary leadership should also consider education, new skills, behaviour change towards partnering and close working across all agencies. And it's because of all the above that I welcome the government's action regarding the Independent Water Commission, which will be the largest review of the sector since privatisation. Nobody knows land better than those who manage it. So I will urge our Minister to continue to work closely with our landowners. Nobody is more passionate about the environment, from my experience, than our younger generations. So I urge the Minister to continue to work well with our education departments around Skills England and the new opportunities for our rural areas. Nobody has more passion locally than our communities who want to see improvements on their doorsteps. So can I finally urge our Minister as well to consider how to best work and co-create with our community groups.
Select Committee Chair, Alistair Carmichael.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I remind the House of my entry in the Register of Members' Interests. I congratulate all those maiden speakers who have delivered their maiden speeches tonight and look forward to hearing more from them in years to come. Can I also welcome the holding of this debate? I think it's exceptionally timely, it's exceptionally important. I welcome the fact that it is in government time. I would just say gently to those on the Treasury bench, however, that if this is the start of a process of engagement with rural communities, then it is to be welcomed. But in and of itself, that has to be a process. This alone is not going to be enough. The truth of the matter, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that there is a genuine crisis of confidence in the countryside. And that's a confidence in the future of these communities. It's a crisis in the future of the position of farming within these communities. That's felt very deeply in my constituency. I spent some time on Saturday afternoon talking to 4 young farmers in Orkney, young men who had made genuine commitment to the industry and who are now at a genuine loss. I really didn't know what I could say to give them some sense of comfort or optimism. The language that they used was interesting. One of them continually came back to describing the changes as being cruel. And I think it's worth just reflecting why he did this. It wasn't hyperbole, but it's just here is somebody who has given a commitment to his family, to the rest of his community, that he's going to be farming for the rest of his days, and now suddenly it feels that he's been cut off at the knees. And the Minister will doubtless give us figures about the number of estates that are affected or not, and I think these figures are going to have rather more robust scrutiny than they've had thus far. But it's not all about figures. It's about the psychology, and it's about the commitment that these people are hurting at the moment. And if there is to be any chance of the government turning that round, then there will have to be a rather more substantial and prolonged programme of engagement. Farming, of course, sits at the heart of the countryside community. It's not just the money that goes into farmers, but money that goes into farmers goes into the seed merchants, the feed merchants, the hauliers, the marts, the vets, the contractors, the one-man businesses that go around farms, pairing feet, scanning for pregnancy, and for the rest of it. So it's right, of course, that we will feature most significantly in relation to the budget on inheritance tax, but there was an awful lot more in the budget which caused me concern. The return, of course.
Thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He's mentioning the knock-on consequences to the broader community and businesses about these impact of these extra taxes on the agricultural sector. It's something that is felt in my constituency of Basildon and Billericay, where we have the big New Holland tractor factory as well. And I have constituents this weekend coming to me worried about the impact it's going to have on their jobs. So it's not just rural Britain that's affected by this. Does the Honourable Gentleman acknowledge that it's actually a knock-on right across the entire economy?
I feel it absolutely does, and that's why I would gently caution those who frame this as some sort of debate between urban and rural communities to think a bit more carefully. There is a very strong case to be made for explaining to people in towns why people in the countryside matter to them and their future and their economy, rather than just setting it up as a contest between the two. The particular issues in the budget that concern me, beyond inheritance tax, the return of the double cab pickup, the taxation treatment, the carbon border adjustment mechanism in relation to fertilisers. We all know what happened to food prices the last time we saw a spike in fertiliser prices, not caused by the imposition of a tax, but it doesn't really matter what causes it. The effect will still be felt by families the same. And then even beyond that, the furnished holiday letting rules, something which farmers have done for decades now, encouraged by successive governments, has been to diversify their business. Many of them have gone in to furnished holiday lets as a diversification, as an extra source of income, and now they're finding that they are being clobbered again. They again are having the rug pulled out underneath them. It is, of course, though, the inheritance tax changes that have generated the greatest concern. I hear talk about scaremongering, but I have to say there has to be some better respect for those who are concerned about it than this. In particular, in relation to the figures that we hear, I suspect that a lot of these figures have been affected by inter-vivus transfers amongst the generations. That is, of course, the most obvious way in which inheritance tax can be dealt with by any state or a family budget, but it does leave families open to difficult conversations, and it also leaves them open to the law of unintended consequences. Nobody knows what's round the corner, especially in farming, which, as we know, is one of the most dangerous occupations that there is out there. I have sympathy for the government when they say that they want to close some of the fairly well reported and documented loopholes, but to do that at the expense of family farms, I think, is unjustifiable. It seems to me that the root cause of the problem here, and where the Minister needs to be engaging with Treasury, is that the threshold has been set far too low. When the budget changes were announced, I went to the local estate agency websites in Orkney and Shetland, and I found two farms currently on sale in Orkney, both in one of the outer isles in Orkney, so further away where you would expect land prices to be slightly lower, both being sold by the same family, one for £2 million, the other for £2.2 million. Now, if that's true in one of the outer isles in Orkney, then I can only assume that it will be true plus a significant margin in Aberdeenshire, a larger margin in Fife and the borders, and by the time you get to the home counties, goodness only knows what it would be. The concerns of the agricultural community and rural communities are genuine, they are well-founded, and they require to be addressed. There is a serious debate to be had here, and I very much hope to be part of that. I think the Minister is well-intentioned and diligent, but he needs to listen more to the people who are affected by his discussion, by his decisions, and I'm afraid less to the Treasury.
Julia Buckley.
Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Secretary of State who earlier on today set out the support our government has put in place for rural areas, and in particular those longer-term planned policies that will bring much-needed sustainability for rural communities like mine in Shrewsbury. There are over 350 farms in the beautiful villages to the west and south of Shrewsbury town. We have stunning views over the Shrewsbury Hills, an area of outstanding natural beauty and a well-known hiking spot. But locally, as nationally, farmers and the wider rural community have been very concerned for several years now, because despite all the noise from the honourable members on the benches opposite, it was the previous Conservative government who left our farmers to struggle. In fact, they presided over a deterioration of the profitability of British farming that has decimated most of our smallest farms, seeing them squeezed out of business due to ever higher overheads and those low supermarket prices and creeping land values. And where was the support from this previous Conservative government? Where was the post-Brexit funding? Where was the post-Brexit trading deal that would protect animal exports? Where was the support with customs red tape? Instead, the SFI and ELM schemes were rushed, complicated and too short-termist to be of any real use. No surprise then when these schemes saw an underspend of £227 million in the last 2 years, as farmers couldn't respond quickly enough to the complex schemes, and they didn't match their need for the longer-term planning. That underspend is criminal when you consider that 1 in 10 dairy farmers have now gone under in the last 2 years. And all across the industry, farmers are telling us the same thing, that British farming is no longer profitable. So this weekend, like many of you, I was out visiting my local farms. I was out in Arscott and Yockleton, just outside Shrewsbury. I met 4th and 5th generation farmers. Yes, they did have questions for me about the threshold on agricultural land. And I was able to sit and explain that the threshold for couples is £3 million. And that, more importantly still, for true family farms, the ones that we wish to protect, where you have at least 2 generations working side by side in partnership, they are not just sharing the workload, but they can also share those assets by planning their financial future. Because that is manageable. But what is not manageable is their overriding concern about the ever-declining profits that's left in the food production in our country. That's their #1 concern, and that is our #1 concern. Because it comes upon every farm that I visit, and I'm sure every farm that each of you choose to visit, whether arable or livestock, it's the low product values coupled with higher overheads that threaten not just the farmers, but all the supply chains underneath that hold together the fabric of our rural communities and to whom we owe so much. So I was pleased, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be able to remind farmers in my area that our budget announcement, although not much press was given to it, delivered the highest agricultural investment in our country's history. £5 billion over 2 years. And by the way, committing for 2 years is very welcome to our farmers who can finally plan ahead with security and stability and plan more than 1 season at a time, given the awful conditions that they have endured over the last few years. That immediate injection of funding and certainty is very welcome. And, let's not forget, it was the main ask of the National Farmers Union in the weeks and months in the lead-up to our budget. So we have delivered on their #1 request. However, the thing that pleased them most of all, and they were surprised to hear it, is our long-term plans. The new deal for farmers, how we will protect farmers from being undercut by low welfare and low standards in trade deals, as well as signing the all-important new veterinary agreement with the EU. I'm sorry, sir, but I need to rush to cut the red tape at our borders and get British food exports moving again. But our flagship policy, of which we are all so truly proud, is how we will underpin British farming with long-term sustainable contracts by directing public procurement towards British suppliers. So we will use the government's own purchasing power to back British produce, so 50% of food bought in every hospital, in every army base and in every prison will be locally sourced or certified to high economic standards. These are catering contracts the government is already funding. And now, thanks to our Labour government, all of that investment will benefit our local farmers directly and for the long term. Every farmer I have spoken to is delighted to hear that we have understood the problem, that the problem is the long-term profitability of farming, and that this government is prepared to put its money where its mouth is to protect British farmers.
Sir Alec Shelbrooke.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be taking part in this debate. I may just congratulate all of the honourable members who have made their maiden speeches today, and they have genuinely all been fascinating and worth listening to. I want to touch on the flooding issues that really concern rural affairs and rural areas. Even in towns like Tadcaster, which has the River Wharfe running through it, flooding that takes place is not just comes from the river, but comes from water runoff within the town that can often get blocked up going, and that depends upon having serviceable drainage and serviceable drainage flats. And we're trying to get the flood defences built, and we're moving forward. That money that was put in place by the last Conservative government. Tadcaster's flood alleviation scheme is crucial to the economic regeneration of Tadcaster, because people don't have faith in being able to run the economies in these towns when they could get flooded all the time. But I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it is with great disappointment that, having had several meetings with the Environment Agency, with Yorkshire Water, with Councillor Kirsty Poskett, who's an independent councillor, but we're working well together on these issues, and being made promises by Yorkshire Water that the flat valve in Tadcaster that drains the water from the high street would be serviced once a month. That was their promise. And that was a lie, because they've now said every 6 months. And this is not good enough when we're trying to do what we can for our communities. Yeah. And we see the people who are in charge, the people's whose responsibility it is, and they lie to your face. Now, we will be having further meetings about that, because communities need that certainty, and so do businesses. But I also want to draw on the issues that come about through existing flood concerns and then housing developments which go in. Because when you really get out into the rural countryside and you're seeing communities that can be cut off completely, they are struggling to cope with the water courses as are now. We know that the weather is changing, we know the climate is changing, we know there's more water. In one of my villages of Bishop Monkton, I've had several meetings there since I became the Member of Parliament. I met with and spoke to local people. I met with the parish council, the local councillor Nick Brown, and the flood groups, and again, promises were made, but again, we're not getting anywhere. Bishop Monkton's been let down by Yorkshire Water and the EA for too long. You've got a new planning application in for 60 new homes, and yet they say that the water system can cope with it. It cannot, and that is already blatantly obvious. And when these big developments are going in, they should be made by Yorkshire Water and Environment Agency to do alleviation of water through soakaways, through slowing that flow, not just saying, well, according to our models it can cope. Madam Deputy Speaker, sewage flows down the street in this small, picturesque, beautiful Yorkshire village in my constituency, and yet it is claimed that there is nothing wrong. Now, the Honourable Member for Doncaster East in the Isle of Axholme, sound man being a West Ham fan, said, nobody knows land better than those who manage it, to quote him, and he's absolutely right. Which is why we've got to have concerns about where this inheritance tax raid on farming is going to get rid of tenant farmers, those who have worked the land for generations and understand the water courses and what happens best. When I am in these villages and I'm talking to people, who knows better than anybody else what the hydrology of the land it is? It's the farmers, it is the people who live there. And if all this knowledge goes to corporates who have no contact with the local communities, then we can expect that we just lose that corporate knowledge, that corporate memory of the people who have worked that land for centuries. And I will give way to my right honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, but I'm not sure he's found the same case in his constituency, but certainly in Staffordshire. There's so many farmers that feel utterly betrayed because they had actually listened to what the party opposite said and said they wouldn't punitively punish them through inheritance tax changes. Yet that's what they're doing, and there's a real sense of being let down and betrayed by the party opposite.
Absolutely. Yep. And I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend. And, you know, we know what our rural communities are like, and I'm sure we all enjoy a pint. And at the moment, when I go to the pub, I have farmers literally in despair saying, we were told this wouldn't happen. It's not as much as the small family farms, but it is the tenant farms who are under real threat. And for all of the statistics pumped out by the Treasury, saying it's this, saying it's that, well, I have to say that from what I've heard from the Secretary of State in his opening remarks, very much seems that if we're led to believe there's this small cabal at the top of number 10, where they make all the decisions and everybody else must go out and sell it. Well, we've all read that book and we all know where this comes from, and I have to say to the party opposite that Animal Farm is not an agricultural playbook, okay, but that is what is going on, okay. We will tell you how to run your farms, we will tell you where to get the money from, and if you can't do it, it is your failure and the state knows best and how to run it. Everything we've heard from the front bench just dismisses everything that's come from the NFU, everything that's come from thousands of farmers around the country. I'm afraid I find it very hard to believe that anybody has had nothing but positive emails and positive letters in their inbox saying that, oh, it's fine, we're very happy about it, you know, everything you're doing is great for the community, you know, it's all right, we believe you, it was written in big white letters on the barn door that everything will be fine, you know, that will probably change later on and say, no, that's what it always said. So we have read this book, and the party opposite need to start listening to the people who till and farm our land. It is not good enough to say that you will be protected, because they know they won't be, and that brings me back to the beginning. If we lose the people who understand the countryside, understand hydrology, then towns like Tadcaster, rural villages like Bishop Monkton and many, many more around my constituency, as the housing goes in on the land that has to be sold off to pay the inheritance tax bill, flooding will become greater and greater, and that will leave ultimately the cost of this country far higher than the punitive small amount of tax that they claim is going to save the NHS.
Ben Goldsborough.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there are 4 issues that I'd like to address within this short time that I've got. The first is water security. We've heard a lot about flooding today, but in Norfolk, as my honourable friend for Cambridge will know, we've got the opposite issue. We've got water shortages are more of an issue for us. The other issue I'd like to look at during my speech is the controlled environment agriculture, a new development phase that we can really turbocharge within this country, the horticultural sector, which is so vital for us, and also the APHA. Starting off with water security in Norfolk, as with Cambridgeshire with my honourable friend, it is one of the issues that we need to be looking at a lot more in more detail going forward. When speaking with farmers on Thursday, this week just gone, one of the issues that we're facing is the building of reservoirs on agricultural land. Unfortunately, the Environment Agency and other planning authorities are proving to be more of a barrier than a provider in supporting this construction, which is meaning that farmers are having to tap into more of the drinking water, which is more expensive and will obviously drive up prices for them. What I'd really encourage, I know my honourable friend, the Flood Minister and the Water Minister, which I know is not in her place at the moment, has been working closely with me, and I look forward to working with her to ensure that we can push forward new policies which ensure that reservoirs can be built on agricultural land to develop water security. Yeah. The next point I think is really important is talking about the new innovations within agriculture. All too often we can think of the more traditional, as say the herbicide era, the pesticide era. Well, we're going into a new era which is vertical farming and also controlled environment agriculture. Now, the reason why I believe these are so vital for the way that we go forward is not only can we get higher yields from a smaller land, but also they are better for the environment and they also help us tackle our climate change targets. However, there is an issue within current legislation which I'd really appreciate if the front benches would consider, and that is on biodiversity net gain. The reason for that is obviously because these are closed structures, they, in their essence, are not net gain providers of biodiversity. But at the same time, because of the action that they take, they decrease land use because they can increase production on a smaller site. They also use fewer damaging pollutants which leach out into the area because they are, by their very nature, closed systems. They reduce carbon emissions as well because they're able to precisely grow and engineer the plants that we need. And a little bit of theme here, they have a lower water footprint, which, going back to my first issue of what's important for Norfolk, is making sure that we have a proper use management of our water system. So if I was suggesting to my right honourable friend on the front bench, I think one of the things that would be great for us to look into is BNG requirements on the controlled environment agriculture to make sure that we can grow this industry, tackle our climate emission targets and make sure that we're a forefront of this sector around the world. Now, next up, horticulture. Really important for my constituency of South Norfolk. I have Viking nurseries, which I'm visiting in a couple of weeks' time. A lot of your members of your teams may have noticed that I sponsored the Horticultural Trades Association within Parliament. 150 free house plants we're giving out, so I hope we've brightened up the Houses of Parliament and all offices across the estate. It was a fantastic event, but what's really important about it is raising that horticulture shouldn't be overshadowed by agriculture, both very vital aspects for our economy. The House of Lords report on horticulture recently showed that horticulture supports 674,000 jobs, produces around about £28 billion worth of contributions to UK GDP and about £6 billion in taxation. It is not something to be sniffed at, and the thing that we also need to bear in mind is we were the forerunners, our country, of horticulture, and we have lost that crown over the years to the Dutch. Now, there is no reason why we should not regain that crown, and I think that is something that we should really be pushing for as a new government. The other issue that I'd like to concentrate on is biosecurity and the APHA. As has been mentioned by the Right Honourable Friend, the Secretary of State, blue tongue was sadly first found in my constituency of Hadscoe. The outbreak then spread across the eastern coast, and we now are living with the consequences of it. There are also extremely sad situations where we have seen, when people are taking animals to market, that prices are being charged at a lower rate for no reason, even though they're being moved within the market control area. It is an issue that we see with our biosecurity, and also this week we've also seen the first measured case of avian influenza coming to our shores of the new variant, which should worry us greatly. When speaking to the APHA, one thing that concerns me is they are fighting on so many fronts. We know when we talk about sugar beet, we have a longer growing season, so therefore there are aphids for longer than not being killed off by the frost, so we have more of yellow leaf going on. We have blue tongue, we have avian influenza, and on our shores over the seas we've obviously got African swine fever as well. These are great risks to the UK biosecurity, and I would really urge, and I obviously greatly welcome what was announced in the budget in terms of the over 200 million for investment into biosecurity, but making sure that we work closely with the Home Office to make sure our border security officers are fully trained in this area to make sure they can recognise the issues that are coming to our shores and protect our farmers, agriculture and horticulture, which provide so much to South Norfolk but also provide so much to the United Kingdom.
Patrick Spencer.
Here it is, sorry. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This debate's been about APR. I'll be talking about flood risk. Suffolk is, by any nature, a county at high risk of flooding. Large parts of my constituency are covered by rivers. We've got the River Deben, Orwell and Ald. We've got tributaries that filter across low-lying land and clay soil that is apparently not particularly permeable. I learnt this during the general election campaign. That means whenever you have heavy rainfall and streams become overburdened, we know that the rivers become overburdened very quickly, creating bogs, then waterlogged fields, and eventually flooding across our fields. The water has nowhere to go. Roads, overwhelmed irrigation and sewage systems, and whole villages can find themselves under a foot or two of water after one night. 1 year ago, Storm Babette did exactly this. We'd experienced an incredibly wet October. 1 month's rainfall had fallen between the 11th and the 13th of October, then 80 millimetres between the 24-hour period of the 18th of October. People were left stranded in villages, cars stuck on driveways, people living in Wickham Market, Needham Market, Frampton, Charlesfield were forced out of their homes. Some are not back in yet. People were traumatised, exhausted, and facing financial oblivion after insurance companies. Sorry, caught me off guard. After insurance companies used small print to stop paying out on the fraction, on the damage caused by the flooding. Where we are from this, Madam Deputy Speaker, we do not want to see this again. But the reality is our climate is getting more volatile and the risk of flooding is as high as ever. So we must take preparedness seriously, which is why Suffolk County Council, the Environment Agency and community groups have undertaken to clear rivers, improve water flow through pipes and guttering, dig trenches, develop overflow areas in case of higher than average rainfall. I am more critical than many people of Suffolk County Council and the Environment Agency for dragging their feet at times. I'm working with residents at the moment of Ulster, where they are trying to get Highways Agency to to clear the pipes and the drainage, and Suffolk County Council are just not reacting quick enough to them. And I recognise as well that funding isn't there when it should be, and it's not adequate enough from the centre, and responsibility over who should take control of the situation is confusing, which is why I'm supporting the Right Honourable Member for Mid Norfolk, who is working on sorting this out via a private member's bill. But I want to talk about something else today, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I believe is a very real reason that flood risk has increased, and use it to remind this House that we have the option of reducing it in the future, because one of the reasons flooding has worsened in recent years is the development of vast numbers of housing units in the areas of high flood risk. Each development not only puts more home owners at risk of flooding, but it compounds that risk by increasing the risk of surface water runoff. Now, what I know deep down, that the decision to reform APR and increase the inheritance tax liability for small farms is fundamentally, Madam Deputy Speaker, about releasing land in rural areas so that developers can build more houses on it. There is no justification for it whatsoever from an economic point of view. There is no way you're going to raise enough money that's really going to support public services, as various members have said today. There is the only viable reason I understand that this government has introduced APR on small farm holdings is because they want to release land for development. Yeah. And if we continue to concrete over fertile farmland with soil types, we will increase that risk of pluvial. I will actually go on.
The Daily Telegraph, which I know is a paper of choice for the more respectable members opposite, reported last year that wealthy investors are, quote, hoovering up agricultural land in order to avoid inheritance tax, a situation which they said meant more land is falling in the hands of private and institutional investors.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm going to take a moment and I give members opposite all across this House an opportunity to watch this. This is going to be an opportunity to address this exact case. You want to tackle large farm holders. Sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the party opposite want to tackle big landowners like James Dyson and the Grosvenor Group. Two things. First of all, take for a moment the incredible work done by Dyson Farming Group on food technology, increasing productivity of our land, increasing standards of food production on his farms. Think of what the Grosvenor Group have done in the moorlands and the peatlands of the northwest. They are protectors of our environment. They've supported our natural environment. They've increased the ecosystem. And a second point I'd make just on this is, do you think for a moment that either of those two people are going to go to bed tonight worried about your IHT change? No, they're not. They will dodge it, much like many of the well-heeled business people always do with taxes. The people who bear the brunt of the parties, the tax policies of the party opposite will be the small farms, the family farms, the farms that don't have a huge amount of capital. Because when you try and tax and demand liquidity from an illiquid source, you force them to fire sell their capital. It won't work, Madam Deputy Speaker. You have to understand the economics that are there. The risks of using land for farming are very real. Needham Market, Hopkins Homes built the St George Estate at the base of a hill in an old disused quarry, very close to sea level, and right next to it, I won't because I haven't got very long left, to an area considered at high risk of flooding. In Framlingham, developments either side of the station road have increased the risk of surface flow in areas that is again at high risk of flooding. All of these places were hugely impacted by Storm Babette, and I believe the impact was made exponentially worse because of huge housing developments that have cluttered our countryside. Between 2001 and 2021, Framlingham's population increased by 1,200, nearly 50%. In Debenham, by 16%. Great Blakenham has more than doubled in size. If we continue to use Suffolk countryside to solve our housing crisis, the consequences will be disastrous. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Josh McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to have the chance to speak in this important debate on rural affairs, and I want to focus my remarks on farming specifically. West Cumbria is home to hundreds of farmers, primarily cattle and upland sheep farmers. Sheep are ubiquitous in Cumbria. For every Cumbrian, there are 5 sheep. And farmers are rightly very proud of our herdies, rough fells and swale dales, as evidenced by the closely fought competitions at many local agricultural shows. I've kept the peace by managing to avoid taking part in any judging to date. I want to make 3 straightforward points in this debate. The first is about the relationship between farming and nature recovery itself. I want us, as a government, to back farmers, especially in iconic landscapes like the Western Lakes, who are leading nature recovery, not as an alternative to food security, but as a prerequisite for it. Across 40 square miles of Upper Wasdale and Ennerdale fells and commons, farmers have banded together to form West Lakeland Community Interest Company. Will and Louise Rawlings, Richard Maxwell, Julius and Kirsten Mandwell, Kevin and Yvonne Holliday, and their daughter Vicky, Sue Lister and many others are working together in an innovative way to ensure the long-term stability of traditional nature-friendly farming and land management. My constituency is also home to the Wild Ennerdale Partnership, one of the UK's largest rewilding projects. The vision is to protect this remote valley and to do it with farmers in partnership. It is a breathtaking place to visit, so please don't share that secret beyond these 4 walls. People like Rachel Oakley, Gareth Browning, Richard and his Galloways, and all the volunteers and partner staff from the National Trust, Forestry England, United Utilities and Natural England have made it a reality. I want the government to do more in the future to empower these models of nature recovery in partnership with farmers. The second point is about the phasing out of the basic payments system, Madam Deputy Speaker. Despite the incredibly difficult financial backdrop, I welcome the £5 billion commitment made by the government to support farmers over the next 2 years, including the largest amount ever for sustainable food production and nature protection. This contrasts sharply with the chaotic changes to payments and the growth of a highly bureaucratic system under the last government. I have heard the concerns from farmers about the phasing out of the de-linked basic payment scheme. I want the government to ensure that the future sustainable farming incentive and the countryside stewardship rates mitigate the impact on farmers who had planned for de-linked payments to the end of 2028. And the third point is about inheritance tax changes. Many farmers have expressed to me their anger about wealthy individuals buying up agricultural land to avoid paying inheritance tax, and how this is forcing up land prices so young farmers can no longer afford it. The government's changes seek to address this and are likely to affect only a very small number of estates in my constituency. I know ministers actively engage with farmers, and on this side of the House, we are very proud that Labour now represents many of the UK's rural communities. I was almost intervened on by the Shadow Secretary of State earlier, who wanted to trade sizes of majorities, and I held back from making a further intervention on her at that point, so I'll ignore the hectoring. I would like to ask ministers to consider some form of transitional support for those who will be passing down their farms in the coming 7 years, who may now be caught out by changes announced in the budget. Finally, I'd like to invite the Minister to come to West Cumbria and meet with some of our brilliant farmers, as the Secretary of State has already done, and see firsthand the really important work they're doing and the important place they have in the fabric of our community. Thank you.
Helen Morgan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to congratulate the honourable members who made their maiden speeches earlier. I thought they were all excellent, although obviously I take issue with anyone who doesn't think that North Shropshire is the best place to be the MP for. And of course, North Shropshire is very rural, and it is inhabited by some of the best people that you will ever meet. And I like to spend my Saturdays and Friday afternoons knocking on their doors and asking them what they think. And what they think is that they were taken for granted by the previous government, and that they were taken for granted for many, many years. But I fear that they're concerned that the new government is about to repeat that trick, and I strongly urge them not to. Now, farming is obviously the backbone of the economy in places like North Shropshire, and whether those people are farming arable land or they've got dairy herds, they have had an incredibly challenging time. Not least because of the phasing out of the basic farm payment and the botched transition to sustainable farming incentive, but also because those farmers with breeding herds who are trying to export to Europe have been badly let down by the botched deal with Brexit, and there is no timetable on the horizon for a phytosanitary agreement to resolve that. So I would urge the government to act at pace to resolve that issue for those farmers who need to export abroad. They've also been very badly communicated with about the changes to the inheritance tax threshold. According to the government's figures, there are 288 farms in North Shropshire that will be affected by this. Many of them have been in touch with me, and they are extremely concerned because they need more support, not higher tax. And if they are wrong, then I think the government needs to accept that its communication with those farmers needs to be a whole lot better, because at the moment they are very concerned, and I would urge the government not to take a high-handed tone, but to actually listen and engage with them. The other reason they are very concerned at the moment is because of flooding. They've had a really, really challenging time. 18 months of continuous wet weather. Many farmers in my constituency who lost a whole field or larger area last year still aren't able to regill following an absolutely appalling October. And yet, in Shropshire, we haven't been eligible either for the Farming Recovery Fund or the Frequently Flooded Scheme, despite many of my constituents being underwater reliably every single year. And so I would really urge the government, when it's looking at flood defence spending, to consider who is getting clobbered by the weather year in, year out, and so far has been ineligible to receive the support that they need to recover. I would also consider the government to look at the sustainable farming incentive and think about how that might be used to encourage farmers to hold water upstream. Another honourable member, and I apologise for forgetting which one, mentioned reservoirs. Yeah. It's really, really important. Really important. And I must urge the government to consider building that into their plans so that water can be managed effectively for those farmers who have had an absolutely appalling time over the last 18 months. But I do want to touch on some other rural issues as well. Healthcare in rural areas is really problematic. Because we don't have big university hospitals, it's difficult to attract staff to come and work with them in them, because they're not necessarily looking at a glittering career, investigating all sorts of exciting conditions. And that means that our health services are much worse, actually, than elsewhere in the country. When I was elected in North Shropshire, ambulance waiting times was the top issue that people raised on the doorstep. And it remains awful. In October, it was the third worst month on record for handover delays at West Midlands Ambulance Service. Last week, a constituent of mine had to wait 24 hours in pain on a plastic chair before being diagnosed with heart difficulties. And more than 2,000 patients every month spend more than 12 hours in the A&E departments at Shrewsbury and Telford. And we must address this important issue of recruitment and retention of health staff in rural areas. Obviously, there's an issue with the budget about how those healthcare providers will handle the increase to NICs, and that's probably a separate issue from this debate. But I would urge the department, the responsible for rural areas, to be liaising with their colleagues in the Department for Health and Care about making sure that we can get those staff into rural areas so that people have equal health outcomes with the rest of the country, because at the moment they are poorly served. Just moving on to getting to healthcare, transport's a huge issue. Public transport is poor. People need to access healthcare, they need to be able to access education, and they need to be able to access work opportunities. They're unable to at the moment. It's killing off the high street. It is the single biggest issue, according to the Job Centre in Oswestry, that workers are unable to get back into work because they can't access a place of work because the public transport is so poor. Shropshire's lost 63% of its bus miles since 2015, and the national average is 19%, and that gives you some idea of how difficult it is for us. So in the budget, the government did not mention public transport investment in rural areas. I would strongly urge the Minister to address that with his colleagues. In particular, really good schemes like the Oswestry to Gaberrin railway line and the desperate public transport desert that is Market Drayton. I've got very little time left, so I will say the government must make sure that the shared rural network is delivered, it is effective, and if it isn't, that people can roam between networks, and that local councils are fairly funded so that the cost of delivering services over a vast area is reflected in the funding settlements that they receive. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether it's healthcare, transport, digital services, rural areas are really, really struggling, and we must have...
Tim Rocker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by paying tribute to our rural communities on this Armistice Day for their efforts in both principal wars of the last century. We know that those wars shaped our rural communities. They asked a lot of the countryside, and indeed the farming that we see today was very much impacted and shaped by the events of the conflicts at the beginning of the last century. I want to thank the Treasury Bench for calling this important debate on rural affairs. As we've already heard, there's a rich seam of topics to discuss, from public transport, connectivity, the appalling state of NHS rural dentistry, the depletion of the wildlife in our countryside, through to many other matters. Indeed, my honourable friend for Chester South and Edisbury has an important adjournment debate later on mental health in rural areas as well, and I congratulate her on securing that. I wanted to talk, actually, just quite briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, about rural crime. Many of us here today will have constituents who've been affected by this issue. And what's most shocking to me, most recently in this area, in Macclesfield and Cheshire, is the potential links to the war in Ukraine. Since 2022, there has been a rise, particularly in the theft of GPS units from Cheshire's farm vehicles by organised gangs from Eastern Europe. Insurance claims on these GPS units has increased by 137% last year alone. And each one of these GPS units, Madam Deputy Speaker, costs a staggering £20,000. And they're used by farmers to guide tractors and combine harvesters and other machinery to improve accuracy. But it is now feared that they are being stolen and reconfigured as hardware in guidance systems being used in war on the other side of the continent. Cheshire's Police and Crime Commissioner has specifically drawn attention to the direct correlation between the vast increase in thefts and the start of the war in Ukraine. I want to commend the government for instituting a cross-government rural crime strategy, and alongside other honourable members who spoke on this matter earlier, call on the government to do more to improve security on essential farm equipment by working with manufacturers. I think this is a really practical thing that we can do. Not only do we need immobilisation technology, we also need forensic marking, in particular on this gear, so they can be tracked through the labyrinth of organised criminal gangs. So I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, by drawing attention very specifically to this practical and salient issue, we have a chance not only to stop rural crime that is damaging our communities and costing them a great deal of money, I think over £4 million shelled out by NFU insurers last year, but also stop the illegal flow of systems fueling a war in another part of our continent. Thank you.
Simon Hall.
Very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. 88% of North Dorset is either hill, wood or farmland. It is the vale of the small dairies, in Hardy's phrase. It's a mosaic of farm, both family-owned and estate, a lot tenanted, punctuated by villages and market towns. Now, I would willingly swap, she's no longer in her place, my inbox with the Honourable Lady for Shrewsbury's, because all of her constituents and many honourable members opposite seem to be full of farmers who are with a spring in their step, welcoming this wonderful halcyon field that the government is offering them. I make again the point which I made in an intervention earlier. I am still at a loss as to how farmers are supposed to be rejoicing, as we're told by so many members opposite, with all of this record investment and expenditure in rural areas, and yet are being told by the Secretary of State that they have to do more with less. You can have one or the other, but you can't have both. Now, many honourable and right honourable friends on this side of the House have spoken very authoritatively on the taxation changes. I'm fundamentally opposed to what the government is trying to do, and I'm opposed to it because of the damage that it is going to do long term to constituencies such as mine and many, many others, particularly but not exclusively in the southwest. I'm also concerned that many members opposite have been told that the money raised will give them an oncology centre in every constituency and wonderful things are going to happen. This is a round of drinks. This is a round of drinks as far as the amount of money it will generate in taxation for what may be required by the health service or by education. Please do not fall for that old chestnut. What I did want to say to the Minister, he and I work very closely together on the agriculture bill and on trade issues, is now is the opportunity, and I've been very clear, we had opportunities over the last few years, and they weren't delivered for a whole variety of reasons, COVID, Ukraine and other things that we're aware, to have some serious grown-up thinking about the rural proofing of policies, because as others have mentioned, the delivery of public services in our rural areas is more expensive. Our populations are sparser, our communities are further flung, as the Honourable Lady for North Shropshire referenced. We haven't got the big teaching hospitals, so on and so forth. The Home Office needs to give proper consideration to a rural proofing for rural policing and the funding formula there. Likewise with the fire service. Local government needs to have, we have the Rural Services Delivery Grant, and I do hope the Minister and his departmental colleagues are making very strongly the case to both Treasury and to the Ministry of Housing and Local Government just how vital the Rural Services Delivery Grant is to rural local government in order to deliver the services that our communities are looking for. An earlier intervention referenced the entirely urban-centric rubric of Environment Agency funding decisions when it comes to flood things. Effectively, it's boiled down to how many chimneys benefit from this investment. So the larger the community, by definition the more urban or metropolitan, the more likely they are to be successful in a bid than in a scheme which is going to benefit many, many hundreds of acres of prime farmland, but possibly only 200 or 300 households. there needs to be a rural proofing, and I'm very pleased to see. I would always refer. Of course, I can wait to my right honourable friend.
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend, and he's hitting the nub on the head, because I mentioned in my speech about Tadcaster and that not being able to get rid of the surface water. Now that affects a few businesses. But by those businesses not being able to reopen, by having insurance problems, etc., it destroys the whole of the town, despite the fact that under the Environment Agency plan there's not enough houses. But that is the point in what the Environment Agency have to take notice of, is where does the economy build from?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right, and then you think about the impacts on insurance premiums. That will put businesses out, that will put householders out of the insurance market, with the exception of the scheme that the previous government introduced. All of these things have knock-on effects. So the point I want to make to the Minister, and I think he and his departmental colleagues have sympathy with this, is that across government, because it's not just his department, the funding formula and the rubric that decides where these things go needs to take a far more digital, contemporary account of the challenges for delivering services in our rural areas. It is an issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I have banged on about in this place in the coming up to 10 years that I've served my communities of North Dorset. It is one that I will continue to make, because I think it is the right one to do. And I hope that there is sympathy for that argument on all sides of the House. Again, another point, lots of members have referenced access to housing. A lot of my constituents who have invested in rental properties, etc., but we all know that housing in rural areas, quite a lot of it is older. It's either in a conservation area, it could be listed, it could be thatched, it could be all of those things. Trying to meet the EPC regulations for rental is putting a huge, artificial, very urban-centric pressure on the rural rental housing market. Recently, the Prime Minister launched what I thought was a very welcome initiative about skills. And again, I would urge that there is a very bespoke channel of work that is carved out that looks at how you skill young people in rural areas. We suffer from a young person's diaspora too often. The elderly retire to an area, the young move away. The property prices go up. They will only come back as and when they're unable to inherit something. That is, of course, on the presumption that the Treasury hasn't taken everything by that point, and therefore the only thing that they're able to inherit is a very small part of the family grave plot, although possibly that might be taxed as well.
Yeah.
So I would urge a ruralification on that area. There were two other things, both beginning with D. I think honourable members on both sides of the House have mentioned dentistry. There have been too many nascent plans for a revival and renaissance of dentistry over the years. None have come to fruition for reasons that I cannot understand, save for the entirely skewed, bogus funding formula that dentists have. All governments wed themselves to doing something. I just hope something will be done here. And driving tests. Very hard to get a driving test in rural areas, depriving young people of access to work and also access to colleges and learning. So in this debate on rural affairs, it's not just about the proposals to changes to farmers' tax. It's that whole mosaic and rich tapestry of rural life, which currently this government finds itself custodian of. The Labour Party historically has always been urban-centric. It now has some rural seats. I hope that the front bench listens to those. I hope that the front bench listens to those rural members, hears the concerns that we too are hearing, and actually make some progress to making life in our rural areas a little better.
Brickell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank the Secretary of State for his remarks and welcome in particular his warm words on cleaning up our rivers, growing the rural economy and investing in flood defences. And my constituents in Bolton West are extremely proud of our rivers, streams, waterways and lakes. They bring life to our countryside and play a crucial role in preserving our biodiversity and fighting climate change, a danger all too real with increased flooding and wildfires on the moors in my constituency. Now, with that in mind, I wish to focus on access to our waterways and our countryside in this debate. Now, I'm sure colleagues will agree that I have the pleasure of representing the most beautiful constituency in the country, with Rivington Winter Hill and the West Pennine Moors, all on our doorstep. That's why I'm proud to say that it's the Labour Party that has a long history and proven track record of giving people freedom to enjoy our countryside, including the 1949 National Parks Act. Indeed, the House will note that 2024 is the 75th anniversary of this seminal piece of legislation, and Labour governments also introduced the groundbreaking 1968 Countryside Act and the 2000 Countryside and Rights of Way Act. Yet more than 20 years after the Crow Act was passed, access to nature is under threat. Now, the benefits of access to both the countryside and our waterways are well documented. Physical inactivity is associated with 1 in 6 deaths in the UK, and according to the Outdoors for All campaign, it's estimated to cost us £7.4 billion every year. Obesity costs the UK £58 billion. Poor mental health costs the UK between £53 and £56 billion. That's why I welcome the government's commitment to get 3.5 million more people active by 2030 through its Get Active strategy. Likewise, the commitment to give the public access to green and blue spaces within a 15-minute walk of home through its environmental improvement plan, which is highly commendable. But currently, 19.6 million people do not enjoy this privilege. And I would therefore like to draw the Minister's attention to the Outdoors for All campaign, a coalition of 51 organisations ranging from the National Trust and sports national governing bodies such as Paddle UK through to the British Mountaineering Council and the Wildlife Trust. Their excellent manifesto calls for an extension of public open access rights to the countryside and to water. And when it comes to recreation, the UK is truly a pioneer both in and on the water. Indeed, 7.5 million people were estimated to have gone paddling in 2023. Millions more row, sail and swim. However, access to our nation's waterways is woefully inadequate compared to almost every nation in Europe and around the globe. The current policy of pursuing piecemeal voluntary access arrangements is plainly unworkable. A river might cut through thousands of properties. How can one authority be expected to negotiate simultaneously with thousands of landowners and on behalf of the public? How can these local arrangements provide the same clarity that our rights of way network grants walkers when arrangements may differ from river to river, boundary to boundary, riverbank to riverbank? With even more people than ever paddling and swimming for health and well-being, we have to reconsider our approach. Now, the Secretary of State, I know, has repeatedly committed to expanding responsible access, with the Labour manifesto committing to 9 new river walks. I would very much welcome more information on these in due course, and it is my firm view this is now high time for a white paper on access to nature, including on our waterways. I do hope that the Minister will consider this in due course, and I would of course be happy to meet with him or her to discuss this further. Now, I am aware of intensive lobbying on behalf of some landowners who see access to water or to the countryside as an infringement on property rights. To those people, I say this: these spaces belong to all of us. A strong code of responsible access, such as the Paddlers Code, developed by Paddle UK and Natural England, would mitigate harm and disturbance to our precious environment. After all, look at all the work that recreational users, including paddlers, swimmers, rowers, anglers and sailors have done to campaign for cleaner water, to clear past plastic pollution and to tackle invasive non-native species. In many cases, it is recreational users themselves who are the custodians of our nation's waterways. May I simply say this: it is those responsible for the industrial-scale pollution in the water sector and the systemic runoff of chemicals into our waterways to whom our ire should be directed. We can ill afford a generation. Yes, I will.
Thank you. Thank the Honourable Member for giving way. I just wondered if he, like many members, I'm sure, across the House, supports the idea of a bathing status award for the quality of waters.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and yes, I think there are considerable merits in making sure that not only our waters inland but also our coastal waters are credited with a valuable bathing status, as he has said. That brings me to my second topic of focus, which is, for years now, under the previous Conservative government, water companies have been pumping sewage into our rivers and lakes with little fear of consequences. We now live in a country where parents are thinking twice about letting their children surf, swim or paddle for fear of them contracting all manner of diseases, some of them life-threatening, and it's frankly unacceptable. Indeed, Surfers Against Sewage have done some tremendous work in holding polluters to account, and I would like to draw the Minister's attention to their End Sewage Pollution Manifesto. Since 2019, and under the party opposite, untreated sewage has been discharged into our water over 1 million times, and that requires real punishment for those who flout the rules. To that end, I very much welcome the Water Special Measures Bill, which I hope will introduce new penalties for water companies and block bonuses for water bosses who all too often have turned a blind eye to the damaging work that their firms have done to our waterways. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would ask the Minister for 3 simple things on behalf of my constituents. 1, to clean up our water. 2, to give us access to it. And 3, to invest to tackle flooding. Thank you.
We'll be going down to a 5-minute time limit after the next speaker. Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I'd like to commend the maiden speakers in the House today. They've been excellent maiden speeches. I did particularly like the member for Cannock Chase's reference to Tolkien, who I'm a big fan of. But I think we're talking here about less about the bounteousness of the Hobbit Shire and more about needing a wizard to figure out how the budget is good for farmers. Like members across this House representing rural areas, I have received significant correspondence from family farms and from industry representatives such as the National Farmers Union for Scotland. The impact of inheritance tax and agricultural property relief changes for family farms has sent a wave of despair through the farming community. Members opposite have referred to financial planning and farmers having time to make that financial planning. If we were talking about this in the context of pensions, then we would be talking about people needing 10, 15, 20 years to change their financial planning when they're talking about such significant sums of money having to be put aside to cover those issues. The NFUS has given the example of a family farm with a worth of £4 million, a family farm where the vast majority of that value is tied up in farm buildings, machinery and livestock. In this case, a family member inheriting the farm could be liable for a £600,000 tax bill enforceable by HMRC, with £60,000 due within 6 months. Let's be clear, for many, many people, the only way to cover that would be to sell off either buildings, machinery or stock. That course of action may inherently make the farm financially unviable and put the whole business at risk of failure. In a situation where a farm has land let to tenant farmers, they may choose to protect their own worked family farm assets by selling off tenanted land, creating huge financial uncertainty for those tenant farmers and again giving many cause to question whether it is worth continuing in farming. If food security is national security, then how is increasing uncertainty and insecurity for hard-working farming families? And in most farms, it is the whole family who are working it together. A constituent who wrote to me said that APR is not a loophole, as has been suggested, but a targeted and necessary relief designed to support multi-generation businesses and support food production and economic growth. Turning to a second issue that is of real significance to my own constituency, whisky tax. And it may not seem like something that immediately jumps to mind when you're thinking about rural affairs, but of the 48 distilleries in my constituency, the vast majority of them are in rural areas. The supply chain for those whisky distilleries are in rural areas. They are rural jobs. If the increase in whisky tax has the impact of reducing sales, then that reduces investment. Those 48 distilleries range from big corporates like Diageo's distilleries through to small independents and even a community-run distillery, which I had the pleasure of being at the recent opening of. The supply chain includes farmers producing grain, so it's a double whammy for farmers in the area. Many of the farmers in my constituency produce grain for the distilleries. For mechanical engineers, process engineers, hauliers, maltsters, plumbers, joiners, gardeners, tour guides, retail and hospitality. All of these jobs are in rural areas, and they are a lifeline source of well-paid, good employment for many of the rural communities in Moray, Westmorland and Strathspey. And the third impact that I wanted to touch on is forestry. And on this one, I can maybe throw the Minister a bit of a bone, having had a bit of a go about the first two issues. But in forestry, I think we have a lot in common. We want to see more housing built. I'm very supportive of that. I want to see progress on sustainable aviation fuel. Very supportive of that. Both of these things rely on significant investment in forestry. And there is a serious issue about the availability of new wood beyond 2035. And if we're going to achieve progress on SAF and progress on house building, then both of those things need to be in the balance, and forestry in itself needs to be in balance with the rest of our land need for agriculture. I would, if it's possible in this summing up, I would urge the Minister to commit to a statement on the future of forestry and how that's going to be addressed beyond 2035 in order to support those two objectives, which, as I say, I believe we share. Thank you.
Graham Downey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I can begin by congratulating those who've made their maiden speeches this afternoon. My constituency of Dunfermline and Dollar has a significant rural area, particularly through West Fife and Clackmannanshire. While rural areas do often face challenges that those in urban areas often consider the same, access to health, education, transport and other public services. So while this debate today is around rural affairs, we must always be careful to ensure that we tackle the different challenges faced in rural areas with thoughtful consideration and sensitivity, and without creating division with those who live in more urban and suburban areas. Madam Speaker, I will begin by mentioning concerns that have been raised with me by local farmers in my community around some of the changes in the budget on agricultural property relief. Along with 5 Scottish Labour colleagues and Conservatives and Liberal Democrats, I was recently able to meet with NFU Scotland with a very constructive conversation around these and other issues. It was disappointing in that particular meeting, however, that no one from the SNP was able to attend. Constructive engagement will always be appreciated by our farming communities, rather than the often misleading and divisive rhetoric we have seen from some of the party opposite. I am awaiting further information from NFUS, but I do believe they understand the intention of the policy that has been announced and our eagerness to work with them and others to support Scottish farmers. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituency includes former coal mining villages in areas like High Valleyfield, Oakley and Blair Hall, all rural communities as well. The rural aspect of these villages, along with high levels of deprivation, do bring some unique challenges. Bus services are irregular and unreliable, making access to healthcare difficult. It can take more than an hour to get by bus to Dunfermline, a journey that would take just 15 minutes if you have a car. Similarly, without a car, it is next to impossible to access train or bus services to cities like Edinburgh or Glasgow, while the lack of services after 6 p.m. in some areas means that park and ride options are not a viable option for those who might work elsewhere and want to take public transport to commute. Living in these rural areas brings a further difficulty of access to health services. Buses to either Forth Valley Hospital near Falkirk or Victoria Hospital in Kirkcaldy can take up to or more than an hour, and that makes making specific times of appointments very difficult without a car and very disruptive for day to day. That was something the community in High Valleyfield experienced just over a year ago when the breast screening ban that had come round was withdrawn. It required them people to travel into Dunfermline. You were talking in that case of where it was to more than a 2-hour journey each way to try and do it, and sadly I heard a number of cases of women of all ages who were no longer going to make their appointments, something that I don't think anyone in this House would want to see. And at a recent surgery in Dollar, I was told of the incredible challenges in accessing hospital transport services with excessive bureaucracy and other barriers put up, disadvantaging people living in rural areas.
And while failing transport infrastructure causes challenge, Madam Deputy Speaker, digital infrastructure, as we've heard elsewhere, is unfortunately similarly problematic and not the panacea heralded to me sometimes for accessibility. Rural areas suffer from delays in broadband infrastructure, and in Blair Hall in my constituency, Openreach were very excited to bring cabinet service to a village. Everyone was looking forward to this, and it was completed except for 7 houses in one street where Openreach had decided this was not commercial to introduce the service, and the SNP's R100 programme, already delayed and over budget, will eventually get to this upgrade, but not until 2026 or 2027. Now, after the pandemic, we've also seen more and more tourist areas looking to visit and take advantage of the beauty to be found in rural parts of Scotland. In Couros, the village in my constituency, tourists have chosen to visit with increasing frequency because of the filming of movies and TV shows such as Outlander. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as we approach Christmas, this House might be interested to know that much of the film Christmas in Scotland was filmed in this beautiful village. But of course this comes with its own pressures, as thousands of visitors and hundreds of tour buses visit Couros each week. I'm delighted that Fife Council is working with the excellent and very active Couros Community Council on these issues, but it does point to a further issue where we must balance the needs of visitors with the needs and impact of the local community. Madam Deputy Speaker, I could go on and on about the fantastic rural communities which form part of my constituency, but I will end it there with my own commitment that I will continue to champion and advocate for the different needs, priorities and considerations of our rural communities throughout my time in this House. Thank you.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In a debate as important as this on rural affairs, there are so many issues that I could raise. But in their budget a couple of weeks ago, the Labour government brought such a scale of new threat that it simply must be the topic that I open my remarks on. I spoke in the budget debate on this last week, and that is, of course, the threat to family farms, the threat to our very rural communities across the whole country, including in mid-Buckinghamshire, that comes from the changes to agricultural property relief that means, and I cannot believe that mid-Buckinghamshire farmers are so different to the farmers found in Labour-held constituencies, because of the number of farmers who have contacted me, absolutely petrified, Madam Deputy Speaker, of what it means for the future of their farm, telling me they may even have to sell up to a third of their farm in order to meet that inheritance tax bill. And there is no way of sugarcoating this. That will be the end of British farming, British family farming, if these changes are allowed to go through. And I would gently suggest to the Minister, who very kindly, actually, when I gave my maiden speech in the second reading of the Agriculture Bill in the last Parliament, the now Minister, then Shadow Minister, commented in the summing up that I was every Cambridge lefty's nightmare. And if I would gently suggest to him, I mean, I agree with that, but I would gently suggest to him that if he doesn't talk to farmers, talk to the NFU, talk to the people who are petrified about what these changes are going to bring, he may well become every farmer's nightmare in this country. And that comes on top.
On that it may be, I mean, I'm grateful for my old friend, it may be, and I'm being generous of course, that it's because the benches officers have a patchy understanding of this issue. It is easy, if you don't understand rural Britain or agriculture, to assume that assets and income are the same thing. But he will know that many farmers that have considerable paper wealth don't actually make that much money.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for that intervention, and he's absolutely right, because British farming does not operate on mega margins. Our farmers do not have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of pounds in the bank. They operate on such tight margins that even if we play devil's advocate and we accept the government's argument, which for the record I don't, about the 10-year ability to pay this back, most farmers finding themselves in that position would struggle to pay the level of that tax bill, the hundreds of thousands of pounds back over a 10-year period. The margins simply aren't there. And of course there are many things that we can and should do to increase the profitability of farming, but it is fanciful, Madam Deputy Speaker, to pretend that that 10-year payback would be anywhere near enough. It would symbolise the end of British farming. And of course, that wasn't the only threat to British farming in the budget last week. There was the attack on basic equipment like pickup trucks, where farmers face an extra £5,000 for simply having the audacity to want some back seats in their pickup truck for their children to perhaps travel in. And of course, as has been raised earlier in this debate, the carbon tax that will see the cost of fertiliser rise between £50 and £75 a tonne, and that will have a detrimental impact on either the margin the farmer takes or the price of food, or potentially both, but both of which would be devastating across the country. Moving on, other honourable members have spoken in this debate about rural crime. And this is a subject in which I am incredibly frustrated, because I intervened on the Secretary of State in his opening remarks on this subject. I spent much of the last Parliament, some 2.5 years of the last Parliament, having been lucky enough to come up quite high in the private Members' Bill ballot in 2022, to get through this House and the other place and to royal assent the Equipment Theft (brackets Prevention (brackets closed) Act. That Act will require immobilisers on quad bikes. It requires forensic marking of a very high standard to be fitted to agricultural equipment, including GPS units. It requires a statutory instrument to be passed, a statutory instrument that, talking to the previous Police Minister, now Shadow Home Secretary, was ready to go at the point of the general election being called, but the dissolution of Parliament obviously thwarted that. This was an act that passed with support from the then opposition, the Labour Party. They weren't howling it down, they weren't attacking it in second reading or committee stage or third reading in either House. It is not like this act is in any way controversial. We just need that SI to be moved to give the police the powers they need. Police officers like Superintendent Andy Huddleston, who's the National Police Chiefs Council lead on rural crime, the powers they need that they say will make a huge difference. I've raised it with the Home Secretary. I've raised it with the Leader of the House. It is a very simple SI that I doubt would have any controversy whatsoever from any party, from any member in this House. Why can't the government just come forward as part of their desire, and I take them at the face value on this, to tackle rural crime, to get going, to get the ball rolling, to get this legislation in place? Every time I meet a police officer in my home force of Thames Valley or anywhere I go in the country, the first thing they ask me is, what's happening with your act? And the question is one that I can't answer at the moment, because I just don't know what the delay is from this government in getting that going. So I do appeal to the Minister to work with colleagues in the Home Office to find a way of getting that Act functional. The last comment I really want to make is around the devastation we are seeing across our rural communities from this government's approach to planning and to energy. My constituency has been plagued by so many ground-mounted solar applications, the largest one, Rosefield in the Claydons. These projects take away agricultural land, they take away the ability to produce food, they displace farmers and indeed tenant farmers in many cases. And yet what for? It is an inefficient technology that requires thousands of acres of agricultural land, when other technologies like SMRs that require just 2 football pitches can produce far more energy. And I would urge the Farming Minister or the Secretary of State for DEFRA to really go into battle with the Energy Secretary and the Deputy Prime Minister when it comes to these planning changes, so we can actually have a sensible approach to our countryside and keep it for what it is best at, the production of food.
Julie Minns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've had an excellent debate, a very varied debate, a debate that I think perfectly illustrates the variety and colour of rural life in our country today. I do, however, just want to concentrate on one aspect of rural life that I believe blights the lives of people who live in rural North Cumbria, in my constituency, and indeed across all of the UK, and that is rural crime. And I would just like to congratulate, actually, the member for Mid-Buckinghamshire for your work on this issue. Certainly, I will support you in trying to ensure that that SI is brought forward. Rural crime, be it sheep rustling or fly tipping or the theft of vehicles or equipment, has exactly the same impact on the communities and the individuals that it affects. And that is, it has a huge financial repercussion on everyone whose livelihoods rely on livestock and machinery for the generation of their income. It leaves rural communities feeling vulnerable and fearful for their personal safety. But yet, despite that financial and personal cost, it is a fact that rural crime rose under the last government. NFF Mutual's own figures show that there was a 4.3% increase in 2023, pushing the cost of rural crime to a shocking over £52 million. In my own county of Cumbria, rural theft cost an estimated £815,000, a rise of 12% on the previous year. It is clear that those criminal gangs have been able to take advantage of the holes left in rural frontline policing as a direct result of cuts to rural police forces under the last government to target farmyards and fields right across Britain. Rural crime is no longer the preserve of the opportunist thief. Instead, we now see internationally organised criminal activity. Gangs that target high-value farm machinery, GPS kits, knowing that they can be sold all over the world. That degree of serious organised crime demands a serious organised response, and I am pleased that it is this government that is delivering that response in the form of a cross-governmental rural crime strategy. In Cumbria, our new Labour Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner is committed to building on the work of our dedicated rural crime team, which recently marked its first anniversary, a year in which the team recovered stolen property worth £820,000, cut quad bike thefts by 10% and made dozens of arrests. But more importantly, that same team directly engaged with rural communities with over 200 visits to victims of rural crime. Yes, I will.
If I can be helpful to her, the critical thing is to get the police funding formula reviewed. It disadvantages counties like Cumbria and Lincolnshire and has for years. No government's dealt with this, Labour or Conservative. And will she join me in writing to the Minister and perhaps to the Treasury to suggest that we do just that? Prioritise rural areas like hers and mine.
I thank the honourable member for that intervention. Certainly funding for rural communities, as we've already heard, affects not just crime and policing, but the availability of GPs, healthcare and indeed dentistry. If anyone on the opposite benches would like to explain to my constituents why they have to go on a 100-mile round trip to register with an NHS dentist, I would very happily take that intervention. So, if I may, I would, just on the point of personalised engagement with rural communities, like to draw the House's attention to the dedication of one particular rural police officer in my constituency, and that is PC Susan Holliday. I should declare that Susan and I have been friends for over 50 years, and 37 of those years she has spent as a special constable in Cumbria Constabulary, clocking up over 5,000 hours in her own time in the last decade alone and exhausting every single possible long service award that's available to her as a special constable and that she's entitled to. Herself a farmer, Susan was integral to the setting up of Cumbria Constabulary's Farm Watch scheme and is well known to the rural communities right across the north of my constituency. Sadly, the excellent work of officers like Susan was too often undermined by cuts to frontline policing that we saw in 14 years of chaotic Conservative government. 14 years that saw the closure of rural police stations and the diversion of officers away from their rural beats to plug the gaps in policing in our towns and city centres. It's not before time, therefore, that we finally have a government that will back our frontline rural police officers with a rural crime strategy, a strategy to increase police patrols in rural areas, a strategy with tougher measures to clamp down on antisocial behaviour, and a strategy with stronger laws to prevent farm theft, fly tipping and drug dealing. And I'm delighted that it's this government that will deliver the rural crime strategy that communities like mine in North Cumbria so desperately need.
Real pleasure to speak in this debate. I live in a family farm and I declare an interest as a member of the Ulster Farmers Union. As members are, I'm sure most members are probably aware already, I'm a representative of a rural constituency with a very thriving agri-food sector. We grow it, we package it and we sell it. And I dare say that most of the right honourable members in this House have sampled what Stratford has to offer. For instance, the potatoes that we grow in our constituency, in our area, go all over Great Britain, and they're one of those things which I'm very, very pleased. It's a protected product, protected under, when we were in the EU, under EU law, and protected now as well. From Lakeland dairies, milk in London hotels, the milk you get in the plains, which my neighbours, farmers, supplies milk for, and whose processing plant is a huge employer in my largest town of Newton Ards, to Willoughby Foods, to Mash Direct, supply convenient, pre-packed goods in shops throughout the United Kingdom and further afield, and even to the condiments that are produced and shipped globally with rich sauces. All of these local businesses are doing our national business, and we're all the better for it. A promotion of, I asked the Minister a quick question if I can in relation to promoting all these goods. Sometimes it's better to promote them within the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland together. So maybe the Minister, when he sums up, can give us some ideas how that will be done. I know the Minister is committed to that, but I'd be very, very keen for Hampshire to have that on record. The rural economy in Northern Ireland is our mainstay. It's our focus in this space, not simply to allow it to survive, but to allow us to thrive further, and all of these businesses have potential to do greater. Farming is the biggest industry in Northern Ireland, with 75% of land used for agriculture, 25,000 farm businesses in Northern Ireland, some 48,000 jobs, £1.7 billion of value added to the Northern Ireland economy, 3.5% of the total gross value added, and the same equivalent for the whole of the UK. With great respect to my colleagues in the right and across this chamber, is only 2%. So for us in Northern Ireland, what happens with agriculture is crucial and critical. The gross output of agriculture in 2020 was 2.2 billion, while the gross output of food and drinks processing was 5.4 billion. The ripple effect is even greater, estimated almost 5 billion when we account for the indirect contribution to a wide variety of sectors, including construction and hospitality. My party, the Democratic Unity Party, will continue to ask for the Northern Ireland Protocol remaining problems to be addressed. Again, Minister, not the Minister's direct responsibility for this, but I do ask, and perhaps maybe he can pass it on to the relevant Minister when it comes to it. That due to state aid restrictions, businesses operating in primary agriculture and horticulture, fish processing, agriculture and bio-based fuels are not eligible to apply for the Agri-Food Investment Initiative, which has been designed to support businesses in Northern Ireland, but who have additional shipping and transportation costs, and costs due to economy of scale that make competition that more difficult. So, Minister, I really appreciate being able to have a response on that there, and I like to be constructive and positive if I can in the comments that I make. There are still businesses who cannot apply for this due to other restrictions, and it must be tackled. I look to the Minister to liaise with Cabinet colleagues to ensure that UK food security for agri-food in Northern Ireland. I used the last period of time to hit on an inheritance tax. I say this with great respect to the Minister. He knows I respect him greatly, but the government honestly have got this really, really wrong. I must at this stage highlight that restricting farms by requiring them to sell 20% of the farmland to pay inheritance tax is not the way to either promote food security or indeed to allow us to be self-sustaining. And I repeat my calls, as others have in this chamber, for a rethink of this brutal piece of tax reform, which actively harms not simply our farming community, but anyone who buys British goods in the shop. I spoke to a local estate agent. I'm not picking this up, Madam, I'm telling the facts of the case. Over the weekend, they told me of the multiple farms in Northern Ireland who have already requested a valuation to be carried out of fields that they will keep to sell to pay the tax bills and not farm. Already there is a knock-on effect. The Secretary of State very kindly, and I thank him for that there, and I will take the Secretary of State up on that, and I've already contacted the Ulster Farmers Union to have that appointment in place. Currently, Northern Ireland leads the way in farming, and yet the message is clear. Release the chokehold and support us, or our land will go for planning houses and will give up centuries-long treasured family farms to pay the highwayman. I conclude with this here, ever mindful of the time. As one farmer said to me, they aren't coming for the family silver as we don't have any. We only have the ability to grow food, and they're taking that not from our family alone, but from every family in this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. That is wrong. Thank you.
I call Luke Charters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I'll never get tired of saying how proud I am to represent rural communities in York Outer, especially when it comes to food production. From carrots to chicken or parsnips to pigs, if there's a perfect place in the country where you can see your dinner go from farm to fork, look no further than York. Now then, on the topic of Yorkshire folk, we are a hard-working bunch, and I'm a prime example trying to squeeze my Yorkshire dialect into Hansard. But, in all seriousness, there are few harder workers than our farmers, famed for hard graft, which is why I've been spending so much time engaging with them in York Outer. And I've been to several farms in my constituency, and I've met with my local NFU. And I know that supporting rural communities means focusing on the longer term, not just the here and now. So I'll focus my comments on flooding, biosecurity and mental health, three vital cross-party issues that we can tackle together. It's well known that we suffer from flooding in York, with two rivers, the Foss and the Ouse, in our city. When they overflow, they devastate communities and crops. The use of agricultural land is a hot topic in this House, but in York, persistent flooding is a big driver of the loss of land. Now, I'll depart from party politics a second, because I know my predecessors in York, of all parties, have done a good job on flooding, and I intend to do exactly the same. And that's why I've already had positive chats with my right honourable friend, the member for Hull West and Hemel. And so I believe the government is doing great work on flooding. I welcome the £60 million that the Secretary of State rapidly released for communities last month, and the investment of over £2.4 billion over 2 years in flood resilience. The issue with flooding in the past is that we've needed a quicker release of funds, and I hope that this can be a priority for the government. Now, on biosecurity, the biggest issue for me nationally is exactly this, and so this week I'll be visiting the Animal, Plants and Health Agency in my capacity as chair of the APPG for food security. Now, whether it's the new H5N5 variant of avian influenza, which, by the way, is incredibly contagious, the recent outbreak of blue tongue or African swine fever, these are all real risks our farmers tell me they're worrying about. And this matters to me too, not least with recent avian influenza cases now reported up north in Yorkshire too. If I can turn to a second on a wonderful bacon sarnie I had at Wilson's farm, visiting there recently. From the butter to the back to the bacon, it was all locally produced. And that, from them, told me an important message. The government, in its procurement, must buy local. School dinners must be local. We must promote British farming, including we can purchase more British farming products in this place. We also need to do more to end farm washing. And some of the farmers in my patch were telling me about quite deceptive food packaging with red, white and blue, tractor logos that narrowly get through advertising regulation, only to turn the back of the packet to see a farm in Spain, Ireland or elsewhere. We've got to sort that. And on farmers' mental health, I know there's an adjournment debate on this shortly. I welcome the Honourable Member for Chester South and Eddisbury on securing that. It's so important that when considering the future of the NHS, we not only fix the waiting list and implement the necessary reforms needed, but we've always got to think of our cherished rural communities. And that's because food security is national security. Mental health is just as important as physical health, and that's why I'm always willing to talk to farmers about what they're going through, and I know all of us in this place are. Rural communities voted for change earlier this year, and that's why there are many Labour MPs who are hard-working advocates for their rural communities, as passionate as I am. and thankfully the government has had a strong start. These topics have a big impact on my constituents. Noting my honourable friend earlier inviting him to Cumbria, can I invite the Minister to York on his stop along the way to discuss some of these hugely important topics? Madam Deputy Speaker, I will always be a champion for our rural communities, and I will work cross-party on many of the issues that I mentioned. Thank you.
I call Blake Stevenson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, rural communities form the backbone of our country. They grow the food that feeds British families, and they're the custodians of our beautiful countryside. And they're home to fantastic village pubs, like the Knife and Cleaver in Houghton Conquest, the Crown in Shillington, and the Anchor in Aspley Guys. Shameless plug for 3 of my fantastic pubs. We all know that the fantastic British pub is the heart of our villages. But I'm concerned that they will now struggle to stand still, never mind invest and give youngsters an opportunity of their first job, given the choices of this government to tax jobs and working people. Pubs across my constituency have told me of their concerns, and I've told them I'd raise them on the floor today. The problems we face in rural communities are a world away from those faced by honourable friends in urban areas. We suffer from similar crimes in urban areas, with particular problems around fly tipping, wildlife crime and rural theft, and I know members across the House have spoken about those at length. I would urge the government to ensure that rural communities are not overlooked in favour of urban areas when allocating police funding. That is certainly a concern of my constituents, who see police resources soaked up by high demand in neighbouring large towns. In parts of my constituency, the benefits of working from home are also limited by poor quality broadband that limits the growth prospects of some of our brilliant local entrepreneurs and family businesses as well. So Project Gigabit must be delivered at pace, and I will support any measures and efforts to do just that. Bus services are often infrequent, unreliable, and unfortunately under this government getting more expensive. And inequalities extend beyond transport. Access to healthcare is particularly challenging, particularly if people don't or can't drive. So I'm keen to make sure that my communities have better access to local healthcare, and I know that's an ambition of the government. We need to do more in this Parliament to ensure that primary care reaches out into our villages and hamlets and ensures that no one is left without the healthcare they need because of where they live. And as the government considers its plans to build the communities of the future, I hope they'll learn from our villages. Decades, centuries even, of sympathetic development have created communities, places that people want to live and spend time in. We must ensure that the legacy we leave for future generations includes sustainable and beautiful homes with the right services and good access to the countryside. I'll give way.
Such as my honourable friend's insight, as he's drawn together 2 fundamentally important issues, because overdevelopment in rural areas places immense pressure on infrastructure like health, and he's described that adequately. Will you agree with me, therefore, that development should be incremental, so that no community changes beyond recognition, and none so that it can no longer be serviced by the kind of public services that are critically important to well-being?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention. I do agree entirely. A lot is spoken of in planning rules around sustainable development, and I know from my community that lots of villages feel quite aggrieved by large new developments built on the edge of villages, which fundamentally change the character. And I think that there is more work to be done to make sure that our villages grow slowly and sustainably, together with infrastructure, and I think there should be lessons learned from many decades of mistakes. And that brings me on to a point, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is that we need to make sure our villages are not overwhelmed by suburban dormitories. I'm afraid some of my communities, whilst they're rural, because of the house building, have turned into dormitories where people use these places to sleep, they head elsewhere to work, and they don't contribute to our local communities in the way that would have been the case in the past. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd reflect that at the heart of our rural communities are a group of often unsung people, although they've been spoken much of today. They look after our countryside, they employ local people, and they ensure that every single person in this country has food on their table. They are, of course, our farmers. And whilst British farmers might not always seek the spotlight, although sometimes they do have shows on Amazon Prime, without them we would be a much poorer country, and our rural communities would be significantly worse off. We should be doing all we can to support them and nurture the next generation of British farmers. But instead, it is regrettable that this government is levying a spiteful family farm tax on them. I met farmers in mid-Bedfordshire recently, and it's clear that this attack on family farms will force many families to sell up to developers or big international farming corporations, ripping the soul out of our rural communities. For the long-term sustainability of rural communities up and down our country, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would urge the government to reconsider this damaging family farm tax. Thank you.
Before I call the next speaker, I am now imposing a 4-minute time limit. I call Chris Hinchcliffe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to begin by thanking the Government for so guilelessly bringing forward such a broad debate which allows those of us with rural constituencies to make such wide-ranging demands on behalf of the towns and villages that we represent. And I look forward to further inundating ministers' in trays with legions of letters about agriculture in Anstey, school buildings in Baldock and potholes in Furnock's Pelham. But before I'm accused of being excessively parochial, I want to address the wider systemic issues that are undermining rural life in this country. Fundamentally, the problem facing towns and villages like those across North East Hertfordshire is that for decades, almost every aspect of national life has been increasingly geared towards putting profit maximisation before the needs of our communities. Nowhere is this more evident than in our housing sector, with rural areas having again and again to deal with totally unsustainable speculative developments dominated by houses designed to maximise profit on a scale completely unrelated to the local needs for organic growth. And yet at the same time, house prices have continued to rise, almost always far beyond the reach of those growing up locally. Rural homelessness has risen by 40% and local facilities have declined. In one of my towns, Buntingford, hundreds of new houses have been built, and yet at the same time it has lost its youth centre, the bank, the community swimming pool, a GP surgery, a daycare centre and the local waste disposal site, all gone in a town where the volume of new housing is putting such strain on infrastructure that residents are repeatedly facing being flooded with raw sewage. And I'm afraid that it is of little consolation that the Tories allowed the big developers forcing applications through on appeal to enjoy supernormal profits as a result. But these systemic failures are not unique to our rural housing. We have a public transport system that is next to non-existent in many of our villages, cutting off young people from opportunities to work and education and stranding older residents in loneliness and isolation because the only bus services that ran under the Tories were those that made profits for shareholders. And the farmers, who expect to steward our land for future generations, have, between the monopsonistic power of major supermarkets and the pressure of global commodity markets, been pushed into the absurd position where it is increasingly impossible to make a fair living out of feeding the nation. All of which points to an economic policy that has consistently failed to recognise the intrinsic value that my constituents place upon the rurality of their communities. For too long, economic orthodoxy that is obsessed with agglomeration and utilitarian accounting has proven incapable of recognising the social value of investing in less densely populated areas. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear that given the vast change in political representation of rural areas at the recent election, the Government has a unique opportunity and obligation to deliver systemic change that creates a future in which our towns and villages and hamlets thrive as communities in their own right. Ministers have made an important start with policies to refocus house building towards delivering new social homes, paving the way for re-regulation of bus services, delivering the largest ever budget for sustainable food production and a clear commitment to community energy. Today, I urge them to press on further as swiftly as possible by restoring services to our towns and villages and retaining their rurality, by recognising at last that, depleted as it is the natural capital of our countryside that is the better part of the wealth of our nation, and by redirecting investment, leaning into the growth of distributed technologies and remote working, and delivering a new revolution in cottage industries to once again spread economic opportunities across places like those I represent.
I call Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, my constituency, Bromsgrove, and the neighbouring villages are defined by their green space and rurality, providing a sharp contrast to the urban West Midlands next door. Our villages are home to rural enterprises and to farmers, and it is our farmers who are the lifeblood of our rural communities, and their role cannot be overstated. They not only provide us with food security, but they contribute significantly to our local economy. It is critical that we support them. Every single one of us in this country relies on farmers 3 times a day. They are the guardians of our countryside. They often work in isolated or harsh conditions, physically and in a competitive marketplace. And I'm delighted to be participating in the NFU's MP Fellowship Scheme to better understand the pressures that they face. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State promised to protect farmers, promising not to change inheritance rules, but then in the autumn budget, among many other broken promises, Labour broke their pledge to farmers, reducing the relief and imposing inheritance tax rates on farmland which will devastate family farms and pose a serious risk to domestic food security and food prices in our country. These changes not only hurt the agriculture sector and our economy, but they also hurt individual farming families, at least 249 across my constituency. I want the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be aware of concerns specifically from 2 constituents. One wrote to me and said, "This specifically targeted decision will eventually destroy family farms. It's a mentally and physically hard industry to be in, but for most has been passed on from previous generations who do it for love. As an industry, we feel we are no longer needed." The most impactful email that I received from a constituent came in late last night.
Just before he comes to his...
I will give way.
Just before he comes to his impactful email, he makes a fundamentally important point about food security. And food security is vitally important to national economic resilience, as we've seen both with the COVID epidemic and the war in Ukraine and so on. Food security means maximising the productivity of land. Will you agree with me that another threat that farmers face in rural communities is this invasion of large-scale solar developments and other industrialisation of the countryside, which is taking productive farmland out of the business of producing food and therefore guaranteeing food security?
I wholeheartedly agree with my right honourable friend. He rightly points out that we are at risk of large-scale industrial energy production installations becoming the new cash crop and displacing valuable agricultural land across our constituencies. But I want the House to be aware, Madam Deputy Speaker, of a comment from a constituent who wrote to me last night, and he said, "I have never written a personal email to an MP before, but I feel so strongly about the recent changes announced in the budget that I couldn't let them go. Although on paper we might appear rich, the reality is we only make enough money each year to support 2 families, and we don't have millions in the bank. We pay our taxes like every other working person does. Every spare penny that we get, we invest in the farm to make it better for the next generation. But after the budget announcements last week, feel that was a waste of time." He wrote, "I am beginning to think that the best option for my family would be to sell up and move abroad to a country that appreciates its farmers and foods." That is devastating, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want the government to reflect on those words very carefully. I personally recall the words that the Prime Minister quoted in his first speech in Downing Street, where he said he wanted the government to tread more lightly on our lives. But sadly, this government has done anything but and is ruthlessly bearing down on every facet of British society in the most ideological of fashions. I call on the government to scrap the family farm tax and to instead support British farmers. I also call upon the government to reverse the changes to tax on pickup trucks, which is the workhorse of the countryside and tradesmen and women across the country. And while much of this debate is focused on farms, it's important to highlight that there is far more to the rural economy than just our farmers. The countryside makes up over 90% of the UK's land. It's home to millions of people in our country and contributes over £270 billion per annum to our economy. From farming and horticulture to stewardship of the land and countryside sports. For our rural economy to thrive, there needs to be sufficient infrastructure to attract people and businesses to those areas. That includes further investment in rural connectivity and mobile coverage. And finally, our rural economy can't exist if all of our rural areas are developed over. New housing developments can't come at the expense of our green belt. 89% of land in my constituency is formally designated as green belt, and the target being imposed on us by the government will directly result in thousands more homes being built on high-quality greenbelt land in our constituency that will undermine food security and our rural identity. We must stand up for our rural communities. We must stand up for farmers and protect our countryside. I will always defend farms, the rural economy and our rural areas during my time in this House, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I call Sam Carling.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. 81% of the land in the area I represent is agricultural, meaning that North West Cambridgeshire, like much of the east of England, contributes a great deal to our country's food security. As the government has repeatedly and rightfully said, food security is national security, and I'm proud that my constituents play a huge role in that. Farmers suffered under the last government. Just before the general election, farmer confidence was at its lowest level since record began. But this government is taking positive steps to reverse that trend. The farming budget for 2025-26 will be £2.4 billion that is the biggest ever budget directed at sustainable food production and will be vital for farmers across the country and in my constituency. And for those affected by flooding last year, I welcome the immediate £60 million made available from the Farming Recovery Fund, which is a big increase from where it was under the last government again. I was also glad to hear the Minister clarify recently that the vast majority of farmers will not be affected by the change to agricultural property relief, and his assurances that the government is protecting family farms by preventing people coming from outside and buying farmland over the heads of local people for tax evasion purposes. One of the most pressing issues that farmers have raised with me is the income of food producers. The dynamic between buyers and producers needs reform, with many producers reporting that they take sort of under 1% of profits after retailers and intermediaries take their cuts. There's a significant issue there. And with over 95% of our food sold through just 10 retailers, many feel that some supermarkets just are not giving them a fair deal. So that's an issue I'd strongly encourage the government to look at. I also welcome the Secretary of State's earlier comments in this debate around trade deals and ensuring that they do not undermine our farmers. For too long, we have allowed food, both plant and animal products, to be imported that is produced to lower standards than we expect of our own farmers. And that undermines them, it tilts the playing field towards importing food because it prevents them from competing on price properly, and we must take action on that. I'd like to turn now to the issue of rural crime. Many of our country's rural towns have significant problems with crime, with a lower police presence following cuts under the last Conservative government, and an under-resourced justice system that just hasn't been able to cope. In my constituency of North West Cambridgeshire, there are a number of rural towns and villages, including Ramsey, which has faced a string of robberies and knife-related incidents in recent years. While offenders for many of those incidents have been arrested and charged, and I want to put on record my thanks to Cambridgeshire Police for that, we must resource our police to restore their ability to work on prevention, not just respond to crises. This government stood on a clear pledge to combat crime in our towns by bringing back neighbourhood and community policing with thousands of additional officers. Rural towns like Ramsey must be included in getting their fair share of that, and I know the government is hearing that message. Transport is also a significant issue. Ramsey and other towns have limited public transport options. People living in rural areas often have fewer options in terms of services, including education, employment and health services, and those who rely on public transport, which can be limited and inconvenient, are at a double disadvantage. And timetabling decisions based on commercial factors mean that there are children in my constituency who live in rural areas that struggle to get to school, particularly in the village of Wittering. I will give way.
Would the honourable member agree with me that given that buses in Cambridgeshire, my neighbouring constituency to his own, are controlled by the Combined Authority and a Labour Mayor, that he would put pressure onto Mayor Johnson to make sure that all of our rural communities are included within the bus franchising and make sure that we get the services that are desperately needed. As he's pointed out, he's failing in that so far.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for that intervention. He claims that bus services are under the control of the Combined Authority. However, I think the problem is that we haven't got franchising through yet. We are working on that. If any of my constituents are listening, the consultation is still open, closes on the 20th of November. Please fill it in. Just get a plug in there. But what the Combined Authority is already doing in the lead up to that, and hopefully we do get that through, is working to subsidise essential services and working with commercial companies to tackle the issues that we have. And I'm very confident in the work that we're doing there. I'm proud that the Better Buses bill this government is bringing forward will deliver that opportunity to do franchising to more local authorities. And I urge the government to keep making progress on making franchising easier, alongside the progress on nationalising our rail infrastructure, which we heard more about earlier today. Another priority must be broadband connectivity. While internet and mobile phone coverage has improved, service for people living in rural areas still has a long way to go. As of January of this year, 47% of rural premises had access to gigabit-capable broadband, compared with 84% of premises in urban areas. That has serious implications for productivity, with it being harder, for example, for people to work from home that would otherwise be able to do so, and more widely, it impacts on the ability to stay in contact with friends and loved ones who may be further afield. I'll conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, just by thanking all members from across the House for raising so many points today, and I'm looking forward to hearing the Minister's response. Thank you very much.
I call Steph Aquaron.
Thank you. I and residents and visitors alike love North Norfolk. However, we have to be honest about the challenges that rural areas like mine face and the changes and support that we need to tackle them. Whoopsie daisy. 10 days ago, I had the pleasure of chairing a public meeting in the village of Hickling about the flooding issues facing that area. We brought together key stakeholders from no fewer than 9 different agencies to discuss with villagers how we can prevent the cycle of flooding which has been plaguing the area for years on end. And I was delighted to hear of a clear design from those agencies to work together in a more joined-up way. But they all resolved there needs to be longer-term planning. Giving budgets only 1 year at a time isn't good enough to forward plan, let alone invest in partnerships, strategies and skills. The same goes for coastal erosion, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are part of the fastest eroding coastline in northwest Europe, and this erosion has a very real human impact. Bryony is soon, sadly, to join the list of residents in Haysborough who've been forced to leave their forever homes as the coastline erodes. She is passionate about making sure that more residents don't find themselves in this heartbreaking situation, losing the homes they love to the North Sea. Now, local campaign groups and councils are doing what they can to mitigate the efforts, but they can't keep toing and froing between project funding. We need a joined-up strategy along the entire coastline which seeks to protect our beautiful environment and our heritage and our way of life, not just the highest possible number of chimney pots. Moving on, buses in our villages and market towns are the only way for many to make it to work and education, to medical appointments, to shops and to meet their friends and family. But we need to radically rethink the delivery of public transport in rural areas like mine and create a network that really works for the communities that it serves. I've welcomed the government's steps forward on bus franchising measures, but Norfolk needs greater powers to deliver change. And I really hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that as the government returns to the drawing board on a devolution deal for our area, not their fault, they reflect on how giving greater powers to our community to design and deliver these services can unlock Norfolk's potential. I must, of course, mention the deep concern across North Norfolk about the family farm tax, which was included in the budget. Now, I know the Secretary of State made a good impression on farmers in Norfolk. He gets it, they said, and I think he does. So this must be really hard and uncomfortable for him and his team. But farmers have been the backbone of North Norfolk for generations. Everybody knows a farming family or is in one themselves. And they are really worried for their future. And others are worried about the impacts on our local area. And I fear the government just aren't in tune to what's happening to these family farms in these small areas like mine, and they must tune into the realities. I'm proud to speak up for farmers and farming today, and I'll keep doing it at every opportunity that I can. Madam Deputy Speaker, I love living in my rural area. It's a pleasure to raise my children there, but we can't accept half measures on the challenges that we face. We need a better rural deal from government and dedicated long-term strategies to protect our rural and coastal places. Thank you.
I call Joe Morris.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this important debate. I reflect that with the time limit, I don't have time to go into the magnum opus that I wrote on the train down. but merely to reflect that I was told on a call with Northumberland County Council that one of the school catchment areas in my constituency is larger than the area surrounded by the M25. So I think I can speak on rural affairs with quite some authority. It's been said to me in my constituency when I've been out and about that we pay more and we get less in our communities. We go to smaller shops, therefore we have to buy things in less efficient pricing. And our communities are used to being forgotten. They're used to being underinvested in. They're used to seeing their younger people leave due to an inability to find an appropriate job, find an appropriate home. And I think it's one of the real tragedies of the last 14 years has been a failure by the party opposite to appreciate that, and a failure of them to invest in those communities. And I'd just like to gently invite them to reflect on the reason that I stand here as the first ever Labour MP for Hexham, and why so many colleagues represent rural constituencies. It wasn't just because it was a change election, it was because they fell out of sync with what rural communities wanted and needed. I'm very proud to be out there working and meeting with local civic organisations, whether it's the Clean Time campaign led by Dr. Stephen Westgarth, whether it's Sustainable Halt Whistle, whether it's any of the farmers that I've sat around a kitchen table with to talk about the issues with SFI, with payment schemes that don't really work for upland farmers. And I'd like to invite the Secretary of State or the Foreign Minister up to meet with some of those upland farmers in my constituency who've got real positive stories to tell about the work they want to do, but who have been disadvantaged and had their hands tied by the legacy that we've inherited. I'd also like to very briefly plug my Westminster Hall debate on school transport in Northumberland tomorrow. Although I'll be speaking about school transport in that county, I would very much welcome participants from all across the country, as I know that getting to school and accessing a great state education is fundamental to everyone. And I'd finally like to touch on the health of the rivers. Now, the North East is one of the most iconic parts of the UK. We've got Hadrian's Wall. We've also got some of the most stunning countryside in the UK. But we are a region defined by our rivers, by the River Tyne, the River Tweed, the River Coquet, the River Wansbeck, the Alm. Ultimately, I know that one of the many reasons that I was sent to this place was because of the state, in particular of the River Tyne. The fact that it was seen by my community as an open sewer, to quote one person that I spoke to on the doorstep, and the absolute lack of faith in the previous government to get it cleaned up. Now, the North East would not be in the mind of so many people across the world if it wasn't for our rivers. And I absolutely welcome the steps that this government is already taking to clean our rivers up. I know it will not be a quick process, but I look forward to working with them. And I just want to touch on a few speeches by honourable members opposite that were, I think, very constructive in tone, that talked about rural proofing policy. I think that is something that is incredibly important. You know, rural policy does not just come up when the DEFRA team are sat on the front bench. It needs to be at the heart of every single thing this government does in order to get our schools working, in order to get our economy moving, in order to get our energy moving. Happily.
In my constituency of Truro and Falmouth, housing is one of the major issues in many rural communities. Would the honourable member agree that what we could do about housing, and particularly the impacts and effects of second homes on our rural communities, is something that we should be considering and is really important?
I absolutely agree. When I go out to places like Bellingham, where I've got my constituency surgery coming up soon, I'm often told about the impact that those second homes have on the local community, the fact that it contributes to a decline in a sense of place, a decline in opportunities, and of course crowds out younger people from the housing ladder. So I think it's something that we urgently need to look at, and something that I hope that the government will look strongly at. I'd also like to, briefly in the time that I've got left before I finish up, like to celebrate the rural crime strategy. I know it's been spoken about a lot by members across the House. I, during the election, spoke to one farmer who had someone who tried to nick their quad bike. She'd confronted him and had to wait, I think, 30 minutes for a police officer to arrive. She said that that was a speedy response, and she was quite pleased with it. But I think that just shows the level to which rural crime fighting sank under the previous government. But with that, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I call Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a past president of the Young Farmers Clubs of Ulster and a former director of Rural Support, which is a mental health charity supporting farmers and farm families across Northern Ireland, I've seen the impact and worked in some cases of those families that have been through foot and mouth, swine flu, avian influenza, TB, where I've had to deal with complete herds that have been removed from farm families. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've never encountered so many farmers in Northern Ireland who are so low at this minute in time due to the farm family inheritance tax that has been put on them by this government in this place. I've never met them so low but so angry in regards to what is actually happening. The Secretary of State in his opening comments talked about not to listen to the fury or alarming headlines. Madam Deputy Speaker, a third of farms in Northern Ireland will be affected. 75% of our local dairy sector farms will be affected. The front bench is saying no, they won't. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is the assessment of the Agricultural Minister in the devolved Assembly in Northern Ireland. He's wrong.
And the Ulster Farmers Union.
And the Ulster Farmers Union. Well, I encourage the front bench to engage with the devolved administrations then as well in regards to this, because if our Agriculture Minister in Northern Ireland is alarming and raising headlines that aren't accurate, I think it's up to this government to correct that, because that is the impact, that is the feedback that I am receiving from farms and farm families and our Agriculture Minister in a devolved institution in Northern Ireland. Madam Deputy Speaker, I spoke to a friend over the weekend who is a bit younger than me with a young family, and what he was talking about, he is now concerned about shackling his family farm to his children. Now, this is a young farmer who has been progressive, has taken up every opportunity, every opportunity that has come, should have been financial, to progress that family farm, to make sure it's fit for purpose. What he is saying now is that the opportunity to pay back 10 years of an inheritance tax is 10 years that he will not be investing in his farm for its future and the ability to produce agricultural produce. The average income in Northern Ireland, £27,345, is really making our family farms unsustainable. On another issue in regards to, I think it was the Honourable Member of Carrick-Diggion raised about the change in devolved farming payments now coming as a Barnett consequential to Northern Ireland. One thing I would love clarity from either the Treasury bench or the Agricultural bench here tonight. Who asked for that? Because it wasn't Northern Ireland. Sounds as if it wasn't Wales. So why was there a change in how those agricultural supports to our devolved administrations? Why was that change made? On whose advice and on whose guidance? And can I ask again, what engagement did you have? Did either the Treasury or the government have with the devolved institutions prior to making that change? Madam Deputy Speaker, there's other issues that are non-devolved to this place, but those were the two main ones I wanted to take an opportunity to raise.
Before I call the next speaker, members will be observing that we have more members than is possible to fit in the time that we have. I am proposing that we have an immediate 3-minute time limit, and I call John Slinger. But please be mindful, we may not get everybody in even with that time limit. John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. An excellent climate adaptation World Cafe event was held in Rugby Town Hall on Saturday, organised by my colleague Councillor Alison Livesey, officers and others. And it was attended by the public, community groups and indeed my honourable friend, the Minister for Nature, and I'm very grateful to her for that. At the event, local councillors told me details about the unprecedented floods last winter in the villages of Woolston and Brandon, at the road near Bretford and the surrounding areas. Significant damage was done to homes and property, and the Royal Oak pub in Brandon closed 11 times. I've met the owner, Cara Shrivers, and seen the new flood barriers at the pub, hopefully ensuring the kind of dryness that pubs like in future. The people of these villages came together and showed the very best of community spirit and human nature as they helped one another. Earlier this year, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Woolston and Brandon Flood Action Group was formed in part in response to the lack of preparedness. I know that this government is doing much more than the previous government, with £2.4 billion extra over 2 years on flood defences and other innovations. When the heavens opened again this September, ministers worked hard to coordinate and empower the various agencies, local councils, emergency services and ultimately local communities. It's vital that the voices of these local communities are heard, and parish councils are an important conduit for this. Listening locally is not only morally right, but it's the intelligent approach, because the intelligence garnered is more likely to be right and helpful in preventing future flooding. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am sure that my right honourable friend can reassure my constituents that this new Labour government places flood resilience, climate adaptation and mitigation high up our list of priorities, and places rural villages and communities at the heart of all we do in this and other areas of policy.
I call Sarah Dyke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday I spoke with Ian, who has a beef enterprise and grows cider apples on his farm in Glastonbury. Now 74, he has worked his entire life to buy back his family's 100-acre farm. He's finally done it, but the government's changes to the APR will soon tear it apart again, undoing his life's work and leaving the farm unviable. Sadly, Ian is not alone. During this debate, I've read an email from a farmer in Charlton Musgrove who says her family is shell-shocked from the Labour's attack on family farms. The farming sector has experienced one shock after the other in recent years, from Brexit to energy prices, the war in Ukraine, raising feed prices, the Conservatives' terrible trade deals, their mismanagement of the economy and the botched transition from BPS to ELMS. Farming is in crisis. And here we are yet again, a misguided policy that hits the future sustainability of family-run farms. We cannot allow this to continue as a sterile policy debate around optimal tax rates and allowances. This is about people's lives, about food security, the future of our countryside and the natural environment. It won't be wealthy landowners that suffer under this government's new family farm tax. It will be farming families barely able to make a living, and sadly those who are left behind when a farmer dies unexpectedly, who don't have access to clever accountants or special consultants. Not only will they have to deal with the emotional trauma of losing a parent or a partner, but they may be at risk of losing the farm, their home. The government must abolish this family farm tax, or at the very least raise the threshold to limit the impact on those who shouldn't have to and who can't afford to bear the brunt. And look closely at loopholes who allow the wealthy landowners who aren't farmers to use this as an inheritance tax loophole. Madam Deputy Speaker, agriculture is the most dangerous industry in Britain. Madam Deputy Speaker, often when talking about a farmer, many will assume that the farmer is male. However, there are many women working in agriculture, and they are 20% likely to suffer with depression and are 15% more likely to suffer with anxiety. Women make up 55% of the farming workforce in England and Wales, so there is urgent need for targeted interventions, particularly at key points in their lives when they are most vulnerable to mental ill health, such as during extreme weather or disease outbreaks. This family farm tax is another example of gender stereotypes and outdated assumptions about modern farming. Madam Deputy Speaker, modern family farms are not always traditional families, so many won't be able to take advantage of the extra relief. The government's claim that only 75% of farms will be unaffected relies on the assumption that every farmer is married and will benefit from twice the basic free allowance.
I call John Cooper.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. Late in 1745, Dumfries was menaced by the young pretender, Bonnie Prince Charlie, who demanded cash and shoes as he retreated north. Today, Dumfries and Galloway is threatened by the great pretenders, the Cabinet, who also want cash. Apparently they're sorted for shoes and Croydon wellies, though. At the weekend, I attended the DG Life Awards, a tremendous celebration of the people of the southwest of Scotland. They are self-starters, hard workers, and just as well, for they face not only indifference from the Scottish Government, but now active harm from this Government. I spoke with one award winner, Kerr, whose expansion plans for his food business face a pause as he weighs the impact of increased employer national insurance contributions. And I spoke with a farmer whose best hope of avoiding the Chancellor's predatory death taxes is for his parents to live a further 7 years. They are, Madam Deputy Speaker, both aged over 80. Madam Deputy Speaker, rural Dumfries and Galloway does not want special treatment. It wants its fair share. It wants an acknowledgement that its way of life, with an emphasis on aspiration, is not wrong, though it does pose particular challenges. It wants an Agriculture Secretary who doesn't devolve and forget, but who sees some of Britain's most productive grassland as a jewel in the crown, a vital part of UK food security. It wants a government who appreciate that if you've £10 in your pocket in a town or city, you'll be able to do something with that. In remote and rural Britain, that tenner probably won't get you to the farm road end. Madam Deputy Speaker, rural Britain is a greenhouse bringing forth a rich harvest of food for our tables. But it could be more. It could be a powerhouse if the urban-obsessed party opposite stopped treating it merely as a larder to be plundered. Bonnie Prince Charlie took those stolen shoes and trudged off to defeat. Perhaps Dumfries can seek reparations via the supine Foreign Secretary. Regardless, Madam Deputy Speaker, this Prime Minister and his Cabinet are limping towards their own electoral Culloden.
I call Anne Davies.
Diolch, Madam Deputy Llefarydd, diolch. Agriculture and farming play a very important part in Welsh society, not just economically, but culturally and socially too. And farming families are custodians of the landscape and language in Wales, with a high proportion of them living and working in the Welsh-speaking heartlands. Agriculture is devolved, but trade deals aren't. And neither is taxation nor food security. And agriculture is integral to the Welsh economy, employing around 58,000 people. And as the climate crisis leads to more food insecurity, supporting our farmers will also be key to our future food security. Despite farming and agriculture's importance in Wales, this Labour government has sought to undermine our farmers with the changes announced in the recent budget. And while an effective 20% tax rate on assets over £1 million may seem reasonable on paper, most farmers, as we know, are asset-rich and cash-poor and would be unable to pay this tax. And as I mentioned last week, the average wage for an upland farmer in Wales is £18,600. Around 30% of land in Wales is under some form of tenancy or let, with the majority of these being short-term of only a few years under a farm business tenancy agreement. And what is the Secretary of State doing to protect tenant farmers in Wales who will be at the sharp end of this tax? The news regarding the changes in inheritance tax will be devastating to farmers, and the government's communication of it to the sector has been abysmal, to be honest. The election of Donald Trump in the USA has reopened speculation of a US-UK trade deal, and the trade deal agreements we've had with Australia and New Zealand have already undermined Welsh farmers with cheap inputs, and we must not allow this to happen again with America. All parliaments of the UK, including Wales, should have a deciding say on any terms of a trade deal with America, particularly where it affects Welsh farmers. For example, in the last term, the previous UK government had consulted to make a country of origin on food labelling clearer so that customers could more easily buy British produce and support local farmers. So can the Secretary of State say what progress the new government is making in this area And will he consider going further by ensuring that Welsh and not just British labelling is included to help customers who wish to support Welsh farmers when they're shopping?
I call Ben Opsijecti.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as an MP in a largely rural Cambridgeshire constituency, the potential impact of the changes to both agricultural and business property relief stand to have a devastating effect on the livelihoods of our family farms. I struggle to believe that newly minted rural Labour MPs, or indeed Cambridgeshire's own farming minister, are experiencing full-throated support for this policy. We are yet to see members on that side of the House take a stance against this policy on behalf of their constituents. They must be receiving the same angry and worried emails that we are. Yet the few who actually come to the Chamber to speak in these debates genuflect before the government's anti-farming policy, while hundreds of others hide themselves away. From my local perspective, I can only assume that farmers across the constituency boundary in Labour North West Cambridgeshire simply won't be impacted. Except they will. 203 farm holdings, in fact, and a further 306 in Huntingdon, 688 across Huntingdonshire. Guy is an arable farmer in Warboys, right on the constituency boundary with North West Cambridgeshire. His is a 600-acre arable farm producing wheat, barley, beans and sugar beet. Under the government's changes to APR and BPR, if Guy were to pass away before passing the farm to his children, then the whole business would face a 20% tax bill, equal to £1.2 million, £120,000 a year over 10 years. This is the entire surplus generated by the farm before any wages are drawn. The only way to fund such a bill would be to sell the land, over 20% of the farm. Once that land is gone, it's gone. As the Prime Minister himself stated at the 2023 NFU conference, losing a farm is not like losing any other business. It can't come back. That land will end up being sold through necessity to developers for houses or for solar farms, both of which, conveniently, are political priorities for this government. Farming clearly isn't. Next week, thousands of farmers will be here in Westminster lobbying us, their representatives in this House, to tell us of the impact this will have on their livelihoods. The fact that the NFU have been forced into taking these steps after unproductive discussions with the Secretary of State, who many will feel that they can no longer trust after his pledge that the government had no plans to make changes to APR turned out to be a falsehood, is a damning indictment of Labour's commitment to farmers. The Prime Minister claimed that this Labour government seeks a new relationship with the countryside and farming communities, a relationship based on respect and on genuine partnership. Whether it be in Huntingdon, Cambridgeshire or any of our rural heartlands, the Prime Minister is not delivering on that promise. The Prime Minister's new relationship has quickly soured into a toxic one. I hope that Labour MPs will not only be brave enough to face their constituents when they come to Westminster next week, but also to lobby the Chancellor, the Secretary of State, to ensure our family farms are not taxed out of existence.
I call Sir Ashley Fox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to represent the Bridgewater constituency, which has both urban and rural communities. It is plain to see that those living in the countryside do not enjoy the same quality of service as those living in town. One of the greatest differences is in broadband and mobile signals. In today's economy, access to fast, reliable internet is essential for any business, whether it's to receive orders or to complete VAT returns. When I questioned the Minister last month about funding for the shared rural network, he confirmed the new government will continue the plans of the last Conservative administration to extend access to rural communities. Since then, we've had disappointing news. Connecting Devon and Somerset, along with their partner Airband, are scaling back plans to provide fibre optic broadband to rural areas in my constituencies and others in Somerset. I've requested a meeting with the Minister on this matter as it's of critical importance. If we are to ensure the prosperity of rural areas, then investment in rural broadband and 5G must be a national priority. Another issue that disproportionately affects our rural communities is flooding. This particularly affects our farmers. When farms flood, as they often do in Somerset, the damage to crops, infrastructure and livestock can be devastating. The government needs to improve how statutory bodies work together. Joining up their efforts would help us predict floods better and prevent agencies from being overwhelmed when multiple flooding events occur. The government should take a more proactive role in supporting farmers with better flood prevention measures and ensure that compensation, when provided, is fair, accessible and timely. Madam Deputy Speaker, The challenges of food security require us to invest in local agriculture and ensure our farmers are thriving in an environment that values sustainable, reliable food production. The government's increase in inheritance tax of farmers will harm food production in our country. It is a poorly conceived attack on family farms. Many family farms are high in value, land, buildings and machinery, but produce a low return. Families who work hard to feed the nation should not be taxed out of existence by the Chancellor. Labour's family farm tax will make it impossible for many farmers to pass on their land to their children. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I had time today, I would have addressed rural bus services, or the lack thereof, rural housing, especially for young families, and the provision of small rural schools. But I'll conclude by saying that with better policies for food security and farming, Britain can have a strong and vibrant countryside. Thank you.
Cross. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my Gordon and Buchan constituency and across the country, family farmers are the custodians of our countryside. For generations, they have contributed to our nation's food security, the land stewardship, provided employment, supported local supply chains and brought local and rural communities together. The changes to agriculture property relief, this family farm tax, is the wrong tax aimed at the wrong targets. Farms, as we've heard many times now, are asset rich while being cash poor. Most farmers don't have hundreds of thousands of pounds to pay towards an inheritance tax bill, so will have to pay the very assets they use to farm to raise capital. The Minister shakes his head, and he's been shaking his head the whole way through this debate. The issue is that they are not listening. They are not listening to farmers the length and breadth of the country. They're not listening to the NFU. They're not listening to the CLA. People who speak for the farming community, people who represent the farming community, are not being listened to, and that is why we are in this situation. It doesn't matter, it seems, how much we say to the Minister. It doesn't matter, it seems, how much we say what our constituents are saying. They are not listening, and they're not willing to listen. On Friday last week, I met with NFUS North East members, and again, maybe he won't listen to this, but they said to me some things that they have been concerned about. One is a farmer. His father is 90, who still owns the farm and still farms. He said to me, "I'll have to sell. I thought I had a lifetime of farming ahead of me. Now it turns out I only have what's left of my father's lifetime." And he didn't sound angry, he just sounded broken. Another put it like this: "It's just a waste. Do they, the government, not understand the resources that we have invested into family farms for generations? The skills, the health and safety, teaching about husbandry and agronomy. We invest so much more than just money into farms, and this will all be lost. It is just such a waste." In their manifesto, and last week, the government reiterated that food security is national security. Indeed, their commitment to farmers and rural communities was absolutely unwavering. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the few months since the election, this government has done nothing to justify those claims. Whether granting solar farms on prime land, taxing fertiliser, removing the ring fence from agriculture budgets to Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, or changes to inheritance tax, these will all impact the family farms for generations, and this government has missed a key point. It is not words that impresses or satisfies our farming communities, it's actions. And so far, this government's actions have let our farmers down.
I call Saki Batting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want and our Mr. Stay, the vital role that our farmers played during the World Wars to keep food on the table, and as they continue to do so. If I had more time, I would spend more time championing my farmers in my own constituency, not least the home of Berkswell cheese. I welcome anyone around the bench who wants to try it, or maybe even from Rod Adlington's farm, you might be trying some of the turkeys that he produces. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will focus on APR and BPR, and I thought the Shadow Secretary of State did a wonderful job of deconstructing the government's arguments on that. But the reason I want to focus on that despite the front benches desire to have their head in the sand, is because we are seeing a travesty unfold in front of us. We are seeing the travesty of the Secretary of State saying that the farmers need to do more with less. And the sheer, just the brass neck of not listening, as my honourable friend for Gordon and Buchan said. Our farmers are working people. They put food on our table. They have food. They are responsible for our food security. And what we're seeing in this budget is putting our family farms on notice. It is those family farms who ensure, in my constituency and constituencies across the country, to ensure that we have food on our table, and they do so not at a profit, even if they have assets that are there that they are now being taxed on. And I did spend some time wondering why this policy was enacted. And it's very, very clear that this is a cynical ploy. It's a cynical ploy to free up land so the Deputy Prime Minister can concrete over our green belt, and so the Energy Secretary. And they can shout me down if they want. That's fine. Those farmers are listening, and they can see the arrogance coming across the benches. And the Energy Secretary's desire to put pylons and solar panels peppered across our green belt, and they broke their promises over NI, they broke their promises to pensioners, and now they're breaking their promises to our farmers. Yeah. But look, there is some clarity that is needed, because the Chancellor repeatedly has put out policy saying that this is going to be thresholds that are going to be shared among spouses. Then it was contradicted by the Treasury. The Secretary of State said something else at the dispatch box. The farmers need clarity, because how are they possibly going to plan if the Chancellor and the Secretary of State don't know their own policies and they are contradicting themselves? They also continue to say that this isn't going to affect that many farmers. Well, DEFRA's own analysis talks about 66%. That's DEFRA's analysis. The Secretary of State said he was using Treasury's figures. Why are two departmental figures contradicting themselves? Yep. And we need clarity on that. This is important. They can shout it down. This is really important. The livelihood of so many people. The only winners when it comes to undermining our food security and national security are autocrats across the world who will like to see us be weakened, autocrats like Vladimir Putin, and it is exactly what this policy will lead to.
Yeah. Oh, Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We all want growth, but growth requires investment, and investment requires confidence. But confidence in the rural communities is collapsing, including in Boston and Skegness. Since the budget, I know of one farmer who's cancelled a £1 million expansion plan to his strawberry growing business. I know another farmer who's cancelled a £300,000 investment in equipment. And just yesterday I was hearing from a hospitality entrepreneur in my constituency who's cancelled another investment in a new pub. What that means is less growth, it means fewer jobs and less incentive for young people to stay in our rural communities. That's the reality. Confidence is also collapsing, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the Environment Agency. Just yesterday afternoon, I was on the riverbank at Wainfleet, seeing the consequences of failed management, a failure to dredge our rivers, a failure to protect our riverbanks, which again means that local farmers and entrepreneurs will not have the confidence to invest. And confidence is such a critical word. But confidence actually in rural communities is collapsing in this government, that it seems wants to blight our countryside, including in my constituency, with thousands of ugly pylons, masses of thousands of acres of solar farms, and that will not provide food security. I urge this government, you're determined to set course on this ridiculous farm tax, but have the humility to listen and look at the results. Because if 1 year's time, 2 years' time, the investment is down, the jobs are down, family farms are down, please accept you're wrong and reverse it. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I call Sarah Bull.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over 52,000 acres of the land in South Northamptonshire is agricultural. This is the equivalent of more than 35,000 football pitches. So rural issues are at the heart of my constituency. I'd like to just focus on three matters: the death of the family farm, flooding and solar farms. The Chancellor's reforms to agricultural property relief have caused huge distress amongst the farming community in South Northamptonshire. Last week, I joined my fellow MPs on this side of the House to deliver a letter to Downing Street urging her to rethink this disastrous policy. However, we must not forget the other pernicious elements of this budget. Increasing tax on fertilisers, the carbon tax, to meet net zero targets will force farmers to produce less food. We will therefore have to import it from a country that does not tax it, with all the carbon impact that will have. This is unbelievably counterintuitive. The government will also now class double cab pickups, the workhorse vehicle of the countryside, as company cars for tax purposes. This change could increase the tax burden on the working people of the countryside by 211%. I am staggered that the party opposite can say that food security is national security whilst they introduce this smorgasbord of attacks on our farmers. Members may also be aware that in September, parts of Northamptonshire and Bedfordshire suffered catastrophic flooding. The village of Grendon in my constituency was flooded in a matter of minutes at 9 p.m. on a Sunday evening, resulting in the entirety of downstairs of some properties ruined, cars destroyed and priceless memories lost. Residents believe that this may have occurred due to insufficient dredging of a nearby brook, such that when the heavy rainfall occurred upstream, the water built up like a dam which burst and wreaked havoc. Would the Secretary of State and Minister commit to exploring how extensively the Environment Agency dredges small brooks to prevent such catastrophes occurring in the future? And now finally on solar farms. Eastern Mordit in my constituency would be enveloped on 3 sides by the proposed 2,000-acre Green Hill solar farm, with once beautiful English countryside reduced to grey sheets of plastic and glass. I'm not against more renewable energy, but to have one on such scale, totally enveloping an idyllic rural village, whilst warehouses on the M1 sit without solar panels on their roofs, seems totally illogical to me and my constituents. Madam Deputy Speaker, our rural towns and villages may be smaller in size and less visible than our urban cities, but their residents are just as important, and we must protect them.
Yeah. I now call Dr. Ros Savage.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The gravity of this situation was brought home to me by a letter that I received recently by a constituent in the South Cotswolds, a farmer near Shrewsbury, whose experience vividly illustrates the challenge that our agricultural sector faces. He manages a 200-acre farm, a combination of owned and rented land, primarily arable with a small field of Brussels sprouts, where I spent a day helping with the harvest last Christmas. I am no farmer, but that day spent in the mud and the drizzle gave me some inkling of just how hard our farmers work, how dedicated they are. But despite their best efforts, the financial reality is stark. Last year, with an above-average harvest and a favourable crop price, they made just £34,000 before even paying themselves anything. This year, with falling crop prices, they anticipate a loss. The recent budget proposals have cast a long shadow over our farming communities, adding to an already vulnerable situation. The changes to agricultural property relief threaten to force the sale of farms that have been in the same family for generations. That Brussels sprouts farmer faced a potential inheritance tax bill of nearly £239,000, a sum that could only be paid by selling off a part of the farm that has been in his family for 3 generations. The Liberal Democrats have long recognised that food security is national security. We understand that environmental stewardship and food production are not mutually exclusive, but mutually reinforcing goals. It's in line with this that I'm bringing my private member's bill, the Climate and Nature Bill, which would help to support farmers, to support nature, to support us. Our farmers are not just food producers, they are the guardians of our land, regenerating soil, restoring wildlife and enhancing biodiversity. Many people think that the climate crisis is the cause of the nature crisis, but many people believe, rightly I think, that it is the loss of nature that is contributing to the climate crisis. The Royal Agricultural University in Cirencester in the South Cotswolds is now starting to really pioneer these ideas of zero dig, knowing that when we regenerate soil, it sinks more carbon, mitigating climate change. It holds more water, mitigating flooding, and it yields more nutritious food, improving human health. I call upon the Secretary of State to heed the voices of our farmers. We need to work together to create a future where British agriculture is strong, resilient and sustainable. A future where our farmers can produce the food we need while nurturing the land we love.
I now call Shadow Minister Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Rural communities are proud communities, and our farmers work tirelessly around the clock, not only to put high-quality food on our plates, but also through their businesses, they help keep our rural economy going. Indeed, as do many other rural businesses, as many from across the House have recognised. But now may I start by congratulating those members who have given their maiden speeches. The Honourable Member for Cannock Chase, for Hemel Hempstead, and the Honourable Member for Stirling and Strathallan, a constituency I know very well, having been born in Stirling. A proper unionist, Madam Deputy Speaker, that gave me my red hair. Now, all have proudly spoken on behalf of their constituents, and I welcome them to this place. So here we are, just a few months into this Labour government, and following a string of broken promises and damaging cuts, trust amongst our farming community is now at an all-time low. So why is this new government, across every single government department, deciding to sideline the voice of our rural communities? We've already heard from our Secretary of State for Energy and Net Zero, ploughing ahead with his plans to replace productive agricultural land with solar panels and protected moorlands with wind turbines, all against the consent of local people. Our Secretary of State for Housing is taking power away from local people to decide how they would like to see their rural communities expand, whilst providing no commitment whatsoever to improving services and infrastructure alongside any increased demand. Our Secretary of State for Transport scrapping the £2 bus cap introduced by the last government as a vital part of the rural transport plan, with Labour's change leaving many people within the remote rural communities paying even more to get out to work, to visit friends and loved ones. And the Chancellor stifling rural growth by hacking up national insurance for our small business owners, who are the backbone of our rural community, alongside her disastrous changes to inheritance tax relief through an ill-thought-through cap on agricultural property relief and business property relief, not only impacting the generational family farm, but also trading businesses who have assets valued well over their ridiculous £1 million cap, but also taxing double-capped pickup trucks, and introduced a reduction of the fertiliser tax, estimated to increase costs for fertiliser by up to £50 a tonne. And then, of course, there's the Secretary of State sat opposite, willingly selling off his own budget to the Chancellor, breaking every pre-election promise he and his government made to farmers, and then having the cheek to tell them to do more with less, all whilst dramatically reducing the de-linked payment rates which take effect next year, despite many farming businesses already having cash flow forecast this income coming in. It's quite simple, Madam Deputy Speaker. This Labour government don't understand rural communities, and what's worse, they don't even appear to want to listen to them either. Now, I will briefly.
Thank you. Would the honourable member agree with myself and with David Thriplow, David Walston of Thriplow in South Cambridgeshire, who says that really the impact of house pricing and infrastructure means that there is a complete delinking between the value of land and the income, and this is affecting...
Order, Shadow Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I know David very well as a fellow Nuffield farming scholar, and I agree with him on the catastrophic consequences that this budget will make. Now, I'm not quite sure, Madam Deputy Speakers, how many farmers the Secretary of State spoke to in Croydon over the weekend, but I can tell him that the many farmers who I spoke to are up in arms. Just last week, I was at the Northern Farming Conference up in Hexham, where perhaps, unsurprisingly, a huge number of complaints were raised by farmers in the audience, with some even protesting at the gates. And even a constituent from the member for North Northumberland's constituency, Ian Brown, was saying that this budget will have catastrophic consequences on the farming community. And yet, all we've heard from the minister opposite during that conference was a defence of this new government. Not a single word that they may have got it wrong. And I also understand that today the minister, in addressing the Egg and Poultry Conference this morning, concluded that farmers are over-exaggerating the consequences that this budget will have. Just staggering, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I am sure many new Labour MPs sat opposite, representing some of our fantastic rural constituencies, have received huge amounts of correspondence from farmers outlining their disgust at Labour's budget. And yet, in today's debate, we've heard very little from MPs voicing their concerns. Now, I'm not sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, if it's the whips who are silencing them from raising their concerns, or they are completely tone-deaf themselves to the impact that the budget is going to have directly on many of their constituents. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, if they would like to have some help, maybe I could outline some of the things that they should be raising in this debate. Increases in taxes on machinery, Madam Deputy Speaker, taxes on fertiliser, taxes on building materials, taxes on farm diversification, taxes on employees, and what's worst of all, the crippling family farm tax that risks forcing thousands of hard-working farmers to surrender their life's work to the Chancellor. Because what Labour don't understand is that the vast majority of family farmers aren't multimillionaires. Most are cash poor and operate under tiny margins, with many struggling to break even. Of course, in order to sustain their businesses, they are operating generally from an asset base that does have a high value. And that is why APR and BPR cap that has been imposed is so out of touch with the reality on the ground, as my honourable friend, the member for Gordon and Buchan, has quite rightly outlined throughout her contributions. Because when you take into account the value of the farmland, the farmhouse, and perhaps a farm cottage or two, then the value of any livestock, growing crops, the value of machinery or stocks or crops in store, and then perhaps the value of any farm diversification project that has taken place, the likely is that the value of any asset will be well in excess of £1 million cap, which will impact the vast majority of farming businesses. But the Minister will say, look at the detail. But I can assure you we have looked at the detail, as have the NFU, the CLA, the TFA, the CAAV, and indeed many professionals, be it accountants, solicitors and land agents, all working within the sector. Indeed, as have many of the constituents of all of the members and right honourable members on this side of the House have said. And we've all come to the same contribution, the same conclusion, that Labour's positioning on this is wrong. It will have catastrophic consequences and it must change. So can I ask the Minister again to provide clarity right now on what information is he relying on to provide and make these decisions? And it is also clear that this smokescreen of a £3 million cap is not compatible with many and will not provide many farming businesses and family farming setups or the reassurance that the Chancellor is giving them. And the same can be said about the justification of the 10-year payment that has been set with the debt, should it come from an IHT bill. A debt which would result in assets having to be disposed of as businesses will simply not have the available funds to pay. A debt this debt, and nor will the banks be willing to lend against any IHT tax should it come, because many farmers will not simply be able to service the loan that would go with it. So can I ask again, can the government publish a full impact assessment of the consequences their budget will have on many farming businesses, food security and the rural sector at large? And Madam Deputy Speaker, we should never forget that this debate is about people, hard-working farmers who are at the heart of this debate, some whose lives will be changed forever. Farming can be very lonely business with long hours and a constant stress of battling against the odds. Our farmers are under extreme pressure, but unfortunately this budget has done nothing to provide any reassurance, support or certainty that the government is on their side. So it is no surprise that charities are raising concerns around the shocking rise in mental health issues amongst our farming communities following the announcement of the government's budget. So I would like to pay tribute to those farming charities and organisations who help provide much needed support, not only to our farmers, but all of those involved in our remote rural communities. To sum up, Madam Deputy Speaker, sometimes in politics it's hard to admit that you're wrong. But after speaking to farmers, agricultural businesses and farming organisations up and down the UK, it's clear that the government have got this wrong and are completely off the mark. In fact, I suspect even the ministers opposite know that they've got this wrong. But instead, they've made a choice to double down. So for the sake of our farmers and our rural communities, in fact everyone who has been impacted by this budget, can I say to the government, change was one of Labour's key promises in the election, and right now, nothing is more welcome.
Minister Daniel Zeitner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to close this debate and add my gratitude and support to farmers working hard up and down the country to feed the nation and protect our environment. And can I start by welcoming the members on the front bench to their places? I spent nearly 5 years sitting there. I have to say it's better on this side. But during that time, how rarely we ever got to discuss rural policy in this chamber. Isn't it interesting? It's taken a Labour government in government time to speak up for rural areas. And what brilliant contributions we've had from the Labour benches speaking about the things that matter to rural areas. And let me turn to some of the excellent speeches. I was thrilled to hear the three first speeches from my honourable friends. From Cannock Chase, who spoke about the whole range of issues. Of course farming's important. The party opposite needs to remember there are many other things going on in rural areas. And we heard about it from Cannock Chase, but we also heard about the ghastly homophobic bullying. And I pay tribute to my honourable friend for his brave comments. And then we heard from Stirling and Strathallan. And we heard about the extraordinary pedigree in that constituency. And again, the very wide range of issues, the film and TV, all those things that go to create rural prosperity. And then we went to closer to my part of the world, to Hemel, Hempstead, the descriptions of the beautiful countryside, but also the challenges around housing and the challenges around food banks that scar our country. How much we should all be working to make sure that food poverty is not faced in future. And we then went on to a whole range of other speeches. I'm not going to be able to talk about all of them, but I was pleased to hear the member for East Hampshire raising some other issues beyond the one that I will come to in a moment. We heard from Doncaster East and Isle of Axholme about flooding, a consistent feature of many of the speeches. We heard from Shrewsbury, a powerful speech talking about the very positive things that are being done by this Labour government to actually address the real issues that we face. We also heard from the chair of the Select Committee, who I'm sad is not in his place, but I always listen closely. Oh, he is. Sorry, I missed him. He had moved, I think. And he made a really, really important point, which I'll come back to. He actually said it's not about the figures. Not about the figures. Well, that's true, because the figures are being misrepresented. But he was right to say that there's a real fear out there because of the way they have been misrepresented, not because of the figures. And then we heard from my honourable friend from South Norfolk, and he again showed the difference between this side, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that side, because the future is going to be very different for rural areas and for food production, for farming, in a good way, because we're the future, they're the past. And then we went to Whitehaven and Workington and heard about just how important it is to work collaboratively and to work with people, and also about the important transition away from that basic payment system towards the new way of rewarding and working with farmers effectively. We went to Macclesfield and we heard again about crime. I thought it was interesting that it took the Labour member so far through the debate to talk about what anyone who's actually been out on farms would actually be hearing about, which is those thefts, those constant thefts, those GPS. I sometimes wonder which world some of the members opposite are actually living in. They just read the Telegraph all the time. That's where they get their information from. But we went further around the country to Bolton West and heard about the wonderful National Parks Act and about access to the countryside, which is so important for so many people, and this government will be delivering on that better access to the countryside for so many people. It's so important. We went to Dunfermline and Dollar, and there we heard about, again, how does the prosperity come to rural areas? Well, it actually comes from filming and TV sometimes. There are many, many ways in which prosperity is earned in the countryside. So this is the future. This is the future. We went to Carlisle, and again we heard about rural crime. We heard about PC Susan Holliday, and I very much commend her for her work. We went to York Outer, and again we heard not just about flooding, but we also heard about biosecurity, so very important. And we also heard about mental health, and we'll be coming to that in the adjournment debate afterwards. And I do associate myself with the comments of the Shadow Minister at the end, the important work that so many charities are doing. We went, of course, to North East Hertfordshire, where we heard about rural homelessness, which is so important. I was struck by how negative members opposite are about the prospect of building more homes for people. That's actually what matters to all our constituents. They need somewhere to live, not just somewhere to rent out to people at extortionate rents. And we went to my friend in northwest Cambridgeshire, and of course he reminded the House about the extraordinary low levels of farmer confidence that had been sunk to when this last government was in power. They bear some responsibility for those low levels of confidence. And we went to Hexham, which I was delighted to visit last week for that excellent conference. And I would just say to the Minister opposite, striking how many people come up to me afterwards at each of these events and said, "You're right, you're right, you're right." But of course, against that huge peer pressure, they're reluctant to say it. But they know we're right. And of course, he is indeed the first Labour MP in that area, and the Conservatives might want to think about that, why he's the first Labour MP. And I think it is because they're looking to the past, not the future. And we finished in Rugby, and how long it took in a debate to get to the parish councils, who are the people closest to the ground. So let me turn to the issue which the opposition are consistently raising. As I say, I hear and understand what people are saying, but I was waiting in vain through the entire debate for a member on the opposite benches to actually address the real figures. The real figures that are the actual claims that have been made under APR, which are published by not a projection, not a guess, but guess what? By the people who actually collect the tax, by the Treasury. And what those figures show, of course, is the figures that we've been quoting. They're between 400 and 500 claims per year. Now, with the change in behaviour, which is absolutely likely as a consequence of this, possibly quite likely very good consequences, then the numbers will be very small, not just as we have said. Paul Johnson, Institute for Studies, has said, "Oh, give way because I'm afraid we're very close to the end. You've had 4 hours. You had 4 hours. You had 4 hours to get to the figures." But of course, they wouldn't, Madam Deputy Speaker, want to engage with those figures because it tells a very, very different story. So we are confident this can be made to work, but I'm in discussion with the NFU and others on those figures so that they can understand how we've arrived at this policy, and we will continue to make sure that we engage properly with everybody. And what my honourable friends have discovered is that when they go and talk to people and explain it clearly, people are reassured. And that's what many, many people should be working to do, to reassure rather than to frighten. I will finish on 2 points. One, to members who have raised issues around devolved budgets. This year's settlement has been carried forward in the same way as before, but what has changed is that the devolved administrations, it is no longer ring-fenced for them, so they can make the decisions. And that seems to us to be something which I would hope devolved administrations would welcome. But let me finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the very positive news about the future that we are setting out for our food production system. Because I give credit to the previous government for the agricultural transition that they began. But the difference now is we're going to absolutely turbocharge it and make sure that we get that transition so that in the future, not only do we have strong food production in this country, but we do it in a way that protects the environment, protects nature, the stability, the biggest budget ever, over £500 million for SFI this year that wouldn't have happened with the previous government. And I'm absolutely confident that we will have a strong future for British farming in this country, providing people don't spend their whole time talking it down.
The question is that this House has considered rural affairs. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.